All right. I'll put a ahoy. The cheese. Sorry, I was copy and pasting the links. Might as well get right into it. What do you think about the IEP drop? I mean, I don't know. My theory is that there's going to be, a carve out, and Ryan Cohen's going to get baby, and either IEP or even Overstock maybe might get the Bed Bath and Beyond portion. So, I mean, it is what they sell, and anyone who's looked into West Point homes, the stores just don't really look good inside. So, I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond is quality stuff, right? It is like not at all comparable to Walmart, and it's way better than Target. I mean, Target, they have some kind of setup type things, but it's not at all the same. So, hey, EB, what's up? Citizen, hey, if someone wants to come on here, by the way, I would definitely love it. There has been a lot that is happening, and all I know is that I'm a pirate. Plur, I need some DD, some really good DD on our favorite Patty Wu, our favorite our pirate captain. So, when things got rough, she came out and told us it's going to be okay. She told us about BuyBuy Baby 2.0. So in her honor, I'm a pirate until she comes on the show. Whether this show or PP show on Monday, I sent her an email just like an hour ago. I've been really busy yesterday and today. Yeah, we need pirate plur. Even if you don't have an eye patch, just come on and give some good Patty Woo DD. Yeah, so I mean that's kind of I've been really busy yesterday and today. I had a graduation to go to and all the fanfare that goes with that. But hey, no problem, Senior Chief, Chief Keef. Yeah, so her talking about Teddy 2.0 was what I needed, right? And I guess real quick, we'll get into some of the different ones. I mean, I guess real quick about the objection, I'll just kind of answer that. I don't know. I'm not too scared either way. I think Judge Papley is a very common sense person, and to me, I didn't actually have time to go back and verify, but I'm pretty sure because I definitely would have read it, that the only difference I saw between what was filed before, Life Relationships docket, and speaking of which, I should send him a link, and the new docket, the revised one. Well, I mean, one of the main changes was it just copied and pasted the explanation of what Chapter 11 bankruptcy is. And in my opinion, I mean, I think the judge, when he was reading it, he was like kind of touched the shareholders that we'd actually cared so much. And not only that, but we're not as regarded as we look. He was, if you watched it, he was quite impressed. He's like, they seem to really know their stuff. And but also a judge is like supposed to be impartial, so they kind of have to go. I mean, things have to be filed, for them to really address it. And so I think it actually gives the judge more liberty than, so I think it's a good thing, since he's common sense, and since it gives him more liberty to at least address what was brought up, because he can't just bring up something that's not brought up in court. That's not a judge's job. I mean, they just really can't do that. So, I think it's good in that sense. I'm not worried about it being an obstacle. Yeah. So I think that, oh yeah. So I think that what happened was, the judge was like, kind of like, you could see him look at the Kirkland and Ellis lawyers, and he's like, why have you kind of made this so ambiguous? So I really, even the judge was like, why is this unclear to me? Yeah, I'm a freaking judge. Why am I unclear what's happening with shareholders? And so then they added in just saying, just okay. They copied and pasted literally from an old finance book what the definition of a Chapter 11 bankruptcy is, and they said, you know, look, it's restructuring. They're like, if we would have, I mean, I could bring it up, but says if this was Chapter 7, we would have literally just walked out. We wouldn't even like, you know, turned off the lights. We'd literally just walk out, and we wouldn't be able to touch it. We wouldn't be able to wind things down, close stores. We literally would just walk away, and a trustee would come in, as some neutral third party, that works for the court, would come in, and then they would just liquidate things. So it literally says in the docket, if in the plan, rather, that the fact that they're winding down stores is a sign that they're still in Chapter 11, which is a restructuring and not a liquidation. So, um, I don't know. I mean, I've appreciated life relationships posts like, I remember one day, and especially when we were looking at the leases, and he went through to see all the ones that were still available. So I don't know. Also, there was a post by oh shoot, I don't know, one of the great DD writers, blanking right now. It was Region Formal, right? I think his was quite impartial, and so if you have questions about that, I recommend reading it. But one thing, along with we had a new docket today that I really like. So I was going to go into just straight up talking about Patty Wu, which I'm going to get there. And if anyone wants to join me, that'd be great. Like I said, Blair, anyone who's got some good Patty Wu DD. All right, let's see if I got the right one up. Yeah, 1804. Okay, so here we have, okay, motion for entry into an order establishing procedures to sell certain leases and approving the sale of certain leases, right, and granting relief. Okay, so who is, oh, that's a good sign. Let's see who's jumping in here to Blair, my man. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, dude? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I really appreciate you jumping on.
Damn, dude, I totally didn't like expect to come on in any way, shape, or form. I'm just hanging out with the family. Got some family over, but I'm trying to like make lunch for tomorrow. That way, I don't have to worry about it later.
Oh yeah,
Uh, yeah, just got home from work, having a couple brewskis, a couple drinks. But it's
yeah,
just funny because you're talking about Patty Lou, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So Patty Lou's great. It's crazy because hey, let me turn my TV down for a second because it's really distracting me right
Okay,
now. Hold on a second.
yeah. Oh, nice. We get the kitchen. Awesome.
Yeah, so kind of drunk right now. So
Totally
and
fine.
I got no notebook. They're in the garage, but anytime anyone talks about Patty Lou, it's just like it's easy to forget, that she's a Harvard graduate, and she has a ton of connections. And she was part of the honest company. She has ties to and
Oh, shoot, you're breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
It was good at the beginning, then it started glitching a little bit.
All right, like a second.
Oh, dang it.
I'm leave and come back. I'll switch rooms because I'm farther from the Wi-Fi.
Okay, yeah, if you want to jump back, that'd be great.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll pull Wally in. Hey, Wally, what's up?
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good.
Hopefully my audio is okay.
Oh, actually, I mean, it's kind of bad.
Is it really? Oh, I can fix it. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Looks like the party's starting. The pirate crew is assembling. Anyone that people are doing the plur DD of how he looks so good. Hey.
Yo.
There
all
we
right.
go. Much better.
This may or may not be better. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like I really don't want to go in the 100-degree garage right now.
No, you're good. You're good. I won't make you go there.
Yeah. So just welcome to Plur's living room.
Nice.
And again, got in-law, got families over, so stuff end up being loud.
Yeah,
anyways, if with Patty Wu, Harvard graduate, part of Honest Company, very, very interesting because, RC, was it Dragonfly, became part of Dragonfly in December, and at around the same time, Patty Wu was part of like the Caterton study, that white paper that came out, essentially in reference to them talking about China, them allowing tax benefits for having more kids. Realize has talked about it multiple times where it's like there's this semi middle class, upper middle class that's being developed in China, and now like people are spinning on things that actually freaking matter. They care about their kids. It's not like the China from you study history books and what is it in the Korean War where they sent like the 150,000 Chinese to attack the Americans that were moving up the through North Korea into China. Like China is actually, even though it's still the way it is today, people, believe it or not, actually do have more rights there than I think they did in the past. It's not like America or the West, but because of that, things are just getting better there, and because things are improving in some sort of fashion economically, folks like RC, Icon, and other folks, and big giant conglomerate companies are trying to get in. Even King Griffin from Citadel, people have heard him working his magic, trying to get tied into the China game. As you guys know, with like tending those trademarks too, some bad news there. Like the trademarks are like working out everywhere, but it seems like there's kind of a stopping point with China right now. I don't know if they're still pushing forward with that, but the last I saw with the Teddy trademarks, it looked like with China, so far it's kind of unsuccessful, which kind of sucks. But to get back to Patty Wu, Honest Company, and then RC, she ended up becoming part of Bed Bath Beyond, 2021ish, I think, and around that same time is when RC bought in March and he sent that letter to the board, right, to BBBY. But then like now I'm about to move like completely forward to like October 2022, which is like a year and a half forward, because I'm just going based off memory. In terms of Patty Wu, it was like one of the last conferences that Arnold was still alive and got to speak to. She was talking about BuyBuy Baby, and she was talking about unlocking its potential. And she's one of the few people that actually said, BuyBuy Baby being a no shit actual delight to shareholders. So that was like one of the few times in this saga since I've been in since July/August that I heard someone mention shareholders at all. And then it's kind of funny, even life relations chill. And I don't mean, and it's funny because I don't take a stance on it, but I just like saying it. So it's not personal. I just like how it rolls off my tongue. But it's funny because it's like I haven't heard anything in terms of shareholders until life relationship had that. But back then, Patty Wu, unlocked baby's potential, and then a
When did she
delight
say
to
that about?
shareholders.
When did she say that?
That was October 2022, and that was around the same time too that Stu Gov was appointed CEO. A little after that, and that was at or about the same time RC had that picture with Carl Icahn, and at or around the same time too, she was going around the country taking pictures and doing the whole like, hey, we're teamwork makes the dream work, all that stuff, which is kind of funny because like, again, I kind of mentioned it on the PP show before, but like, Polte, who I'm a huge fan of. I'm sure you're a huge fan of too, Michael. Especially because we're both part of that interview. And if you notice, he just talks about teamwork. He talks about corruption, and he talks about, man, I'm having a brain fart here. So teamwork, corruption, and damn, what else did he say all the time? Oh, only the young, right? And Patty Wu's, she deals with BuyBuy Baby, which is kind of only the young, and then everything Patty Wu does kind of is parallel to everything freaking Polte does, which is parallel to everything Larry Chang does, which is all at the end. I feel like if there was some sort of like decentralized chain of command, even though it's like unsaid, I feel like RC's at like the top, maybe with Icon, with if you do like a ... I'm talking about command, or sorry, corporate organization structure potentially, and then underneath them is like Patty Wu, Brett Icon, and then like Polte, and then Larry. Something at least in terms of communication or some sort of like things that they're working. But the thing I was going to mention too, March 2022, that's interesting, is Polte. He had the Man in Arena tweet. It was 30 March 2022. He had a Man in Arena tweet, which it was like him fighting for Polte Group and what have you, and everything he's done in reference to that, and fighting bad apples or bad management, which he kind of talked about today in the 11-minute 34-second speech he had earlier today.
I saw that.
Yeah, that was pretty. Dude, Twitter's coming, or X.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's kind of coming a long way. I actually paid for a blue check mark today because I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired of only having like 20 letters to freaking write anything, But I do think it's funny how Polte writes the Man in Arena, and then freaking Patty Wu, she writes man or woman. She kept it politically correct, so I appreciate her professionalism in the arena. So again, and then you share with me, Michael, who's the center, the top of Man in Arena? Like, who said that originally?
Oh,
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy how, like I said, like anybody here that's worked for a corporation or some sort of institution of some kind, like people say like the same catchphrases or keywords, especially when they're trying to like impress. Because we're like, if everybody, 99% of people I have found in my life have some sort of boss or someone they report to. Unless you're an entrepreneur and you're like at the top, which anyone that does that, I have nothing but respect.
Well, but then you actually report to your clients, so once you're at the top, then so
no, that's actually a really, really good point. It's kind of like the president of the United States, right? We the people. So that's a really good point. And on top of customer delight, having a targeted customer, and all that type of stuff. And then in terms of pirates too, and Patty Wu, it is interesting. It's like, and it's funny too, because so much information. So I don't know if you've noticed, like, or at least paid attention to this play, whether you were in it or not. Like back in October, we were just like bullshitting around, like wondering what the fuck's gonna happen with the next Bond deal, like what's happening next, and then it's just like it was just boring. Like the most entertaining thing was like Chris R, if anybody's familiar with him, just throwing a tantrum every other day. He was just like a Discord. He was so back then, like August, September, October, the main source of information was the BBBY Reddit before like things broke off and now are like way more like unconventional. BBBY Reddit now is just kind of a trash wasteland. No disrespect. It's good for like get key points every now and again, but the best things are like for example, you doing YouTube and sharing your thoughts on and what you know in terms of psychology, or the PP show, or Salvatore doing the spaces with Chad and Kevin Malone making the tweets, or Polte. Like Reddit's just kind of like the most basic, like it's like forum now to me. But anyways,
like putting your go ahead. Well, I just said putting your face behind something kind of gives it like shows like that you're. It's like, you know, I'm going to be on one side of history, whether or not I'm a dumbass or, you know, I was right, you know, so.
Oh yeah. And it's funny you say that, because like, and that's why to me, like whenever I'm like on the show or having the ability to talk to, you know, you and hi Wally Book, by the way.
Like, hey, big fan of you. I'm a big fan of how you've got some of the best tinfoil in the community for sure. And you've got the notebook. You've got like it's like ingrained into your head, and you're like the tinfoil repository theory crafter. I love it. I love listening to it.
No, dude, that's a huge honor, and like like I tell my wife, I was like, if at least one person out there enjoys it, it makes it all worth it to me. And it's funny too, because over time I've kind of grown, and Michael, I gotta be honest, man, you too, like when you came into the scene, right?
Yeah.
And like PBCs was on break. Like I'll admit it, I was a Michael Shill too. Like I was like, fuck this guy. Like who's he coming in here thinking he's somebody while PPCs is gone? And it's just kind of funny how like after like everyone's been, you know, dealing with stock or like all this drama or just the situation at hand of like the fog of war that has not gone away, and then a new guy steps onto the scene. Like it's just funny how everyone's like weary of you, and then over time, because of your consistency, you've gained like a sense of respect throughout just people within the community or what have you, which is kind of cool. Because like my opinion of you is like of what I thought of you originally, and now is like two completely different things, by the way. But I guess what I was going to share to go back in time is Patty Woo and the pirate thing. That just is so fascinating to me, and it sucks because as Wiley kind of said, is there's just so much fucking information. It's hard to remember it, and we all have day jobs and we all have families and all that stuff, but in terms of Patty Woo and pirates, it's like in the past, and I remember like big things were happening with like, what was it, Tesla and like Bill Gates shorting it and Bed Bath Beyond. There was like this moment in time, which I forgot, in like 2022, where they were doing like the whole Black Flag thing. Maybe it was August 2022, September 2022. I don't really remember. And then in terms of just RC. And then everyone typed into this fucking meme thing. It's just like that pirate Black Flag comes up.
What was the Black Flag for Tesla? Actually, I don't remember that.
There was, and that's what I mean. Like I remember around August. Wally, do you have any memory of that? Where Elon posted like a Black Flag, and he was like, "Oh shit!" And that's back when people were like treating Wall Street bets as legitimate.
I mean, that was a long time ago. I was a beneficiary of sort of that long, drawn out Tesla short squeeze that happened. And Elon has a long history of being very verbal, very outspoken against short selling within his company. And this goes all the way back to like 2015, if not earlier than that. But it's one of the reasons I just feel so good about holding the positions that I have. At this point, I have to say more so with GameStop than with Bed Bath and Beyond. I really resonated with what Ross said on the PP show. I think was he on last night, where he mentioned that, like, GameStop, IEP, like, those are investments. Bed Bath and Beyond for me, and I feel the same way, is it's informed speculation, right? Because
Yeah.
there's so much to be informed about and to speculate on, right? There's so much there. But Kathy, there's a quote that was from Kathy Wood, who has, like, the ARK ETFs that went way high, now they're way down. But she was on MSNBC back in, like, 2017, and this is before her ETFs blew up, and all the pundits on TV were basically poking fun at her, saying, like, hey, like, you're the biggest Tesla bull on Wall Street. How's that working out for you? Just ha ha ha. And she says something to the tune of, and I'm loosely paraphrasing, but so long as I see from a fundamental perspective in the business, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about the owners and the business executing on their vision, doing what they are saying they're going to do, and operations improve. If there is a company like that where I align with their mission and they're executing and it's being short sold, I feel like it's just such an incredible blessing to dollar cost average into that stock, as long as those conditions remain true, because every short seller today is a buyer tomorrow, and I'm going to reap the rewards once the rest of the world figures out that they are executing on their mission, So that's sort of how I feel about IEP and GameStop, but I'm here for the Bed Bath and Beyond, and have been since August. But Elon does have a great history with being outspoken against short sellers, and at this point, with some things that have come up recently, would not be one bit surprised to see that he's involved in this to some extent.
Oh yeah, especially with Polte, because Polte said with X and the X philanthropy today, as you guys probably saw earlier, it's like up and coming. On top of, like, the Blockbuster tweets, where the Blockbuster was tweeting, like, in terms of SpaceX, and then inside the Tesla, and then it's just so many coincidences. And then the thing too, to, like, bring everything together, is essentially Elon. And again, it's kind of like what you said, Wally. This is like pure speculation, tinfoil, but there's connections there, man. I know it sucks, because it's like it's not for that, but it's not like E equals MC squared. It's not like studying, like, 9 chambers of a jet propulsion engine. It's not. It's just, like, straight up, like, people and relationships, which I think is so fascinating to me, because I'm so used to just dealing with physics and math and thermodynamics and calculus, and all of a sudden I get into Bed Bath Beyond, and I'm like, hey, this random intern from Blockbuster is making these tweets, and then all of a sudden, like, oh shit, Elon Musk tweets about that South Carolina Republican that's I want to say Tom Scott, Travis Scott, something like, no, not Travis Scott. He's in South Carolina, Republican, going for president 2024. But the big thing for him, I'll just call him Mr. Scott because I forget his first name.
Okay.
Is, like, getting Americans back to work, holding people accountable, and things like that. And then Elon tweets shortly after, like, the Blockbuster tweets about, like, how he agrees with that guy. And then RC ends up liking those tweets too. And it's just like, Jesus, man. And then it kind of makes you wonder too. Yeah, boom. But then it's weird, because during the Super Bowl Sunday, which ABC, history was like maybe explosion back then, which unfortunately didn't happen. We're hoping for, like, a Super Bowl Sunday Back Beyond. I don't know what the hell we were expecting, but but it's crazy, because even at the Super Bowl they had the pictures of, like, Elon Musk and King Griffin. But it's kind of weird because, Tim Scott, thanks to LGBM777, said it's Tim Scott and Mark Wood. But anyways, going back to those pictures of, like, King Griffin and Elon together, and then the thing that sucks is King Griffin's, like, in terms of, like, now I'm unpeeling the weird onion, but, like, before the Russian-Ukrainian war, he was on the border of Russia, so people think he's, like, highly tied to the military industrial complex, which is also tied to FTX and that money chain and JPM and all those guys. And anyone that thinks JPM's innocent, just look up the giant ship filled with like hundreds of thousands of pounds of cocaine that they got caught with. Like, it's just like, yeah, that was like 2 years ago. It was like a giant merchant ship just filled to the brim with cocaine. And it was JPM's ship.
It gets even deeper than that. I think we're talking about the same thing, but that ship that contained the cocaine was owned by a Chinese national woman who is the wife of Mitch McConnell, the House Majority Leader of out of Kentucky for the Republicans. It's just sort of like, and the ship was supposed to be cleared through customs, but because of bureaucratic inefficiency, they happened to check, like they actually checked the ship, but they had orders not to check. Yeah, it's
good work, Michael. Michael has it up on the screen. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is like it's just funny how back in February, it seems like maybe, and again, with the richest of the rich, we can only imagine what they talk about. But it's almost like, hey, King Griffin and Elon are having these meetings, but then all of a sudden, maybe shortly after that, Elon's like, nah, fuck you, I'm gonna go with Pulte and RC because these guys are younger, more hip, and I see more opportunity with them. So go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's what's going on.
Altruistic Beyond in the chat a few minutes ago he said, keep your enemies closer. And for me, like everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but for me, like I'm a big believer and a big supporter of Elon Musk, just like Ryan Cohen. I would put him in the category of one of the good guys. No one's perfect, but I really think the Elon Musk Citadel connection is absolutely a keep your enemies closer type of situation, because Elon Musk, say what you want about him, he's clearly brilliant with everything he's accomplished. He's incredibly hardworking. He has an absolute understanding of who Ken Griffin is, what he represents, and what he represents is he is the puppeteer that, and the master architect of what facilitates the naked short selling that we're experiencing today and that he's experienced since the early 2010s when Tesla went public. And so I think that their proximity, I don't read into that as much as a close partnership. Let's screw over all the little guys. I think that's and there was an interesting post on either the PP Show subreddit or the Bed Bath & Beyond subreddit today, where someone brought up the numbers. They're saying, well, Ken Griffin is invested in X. He's a big investor in X, and is X going to start trading stocks? And that came up on the PP Show last night, and Ross brought up some great points about how that could be potentially dangerous and likely would be because of being able to map buying patterns with, just the sentiment-based models with the actual economic activity boiled down to all the individual participants within the ecosystem, how potentially dangerous that all could be.
But they already do that.
Yeah, they do. I think what Ross was saying is that Twitter allows, more data than anyone has available today to build better models and potentially have more control. And, if there's a bad actor at play, they could exploit that. But someone mentioned that, like, I forget the exact number in terms of dollars, but I think Ken Griffin was only able to fund like $3 million as part of that whole Twitter acquisition for $44 billion, which is an insignificant amount of money. And someone may be able to pull up that post, and we can talk about it a little bit later. But I think it's definitely a keep your enemies close situation. Yeah. I think you guys will enjoy this. I was rewatching just random scrap of tinfoil. We can do with it what we will. Fold it into our hat or discard it. Either one's fine with me. But I was rewatching the Tesla earnings call from I think it was in June or July. And in the earnings call, Elon Musk made a point while he's presenting on, everything he's presenting on, to call out the fact that no animal or child has ever died in a Tesla crash. And it got me thinking, like, oh my gosh, children and animals must be protected at all costs. That's the first thing I thought. I was like, I think I'm stretching here. I think I'm reaching, but It's just another scrap of tinfoil. I don't know what to do with
That
it, but
might
it
be
got me
tinfoil
excited.
because my wife's next to me on the couch right now, and she said, and she goes on like the Facebook group things like within the town that we live in or whatever, and she said someone died in a Tesla car crash recently. So what is it? Is it like no one's died in a Tesla car crash ever, or in a car crash
No,
because it was Tesla's fault?
No child
like
or animal.
like a child, or maybe, and he may have said infant, but like infant or animal.
Hmm.
So people have
All
absolutely
right.
died in Tesla car crashes, but he said no,
Okay.
children or animals. And the thing is, it seems like such a
Okay.
ridiculous thing to say. Teslas have been on the road for over 10 years. You know, there's car accidents every day. Some percentage of those are going to be Teslas. It seems like a pretty unlikely thing, honestly. Like I would find
Yeah,
that
that's
I think
wild.
I don't think it's so. Imagine if it's not true and he's just saying it as some sort of I can't imagine why you would say it in a annual shareholders meeting if it's not true. But I should definitely
I
find
think
that soundbite and share
he's
it.
got to believe it. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, by the way, but I agree with you. He's got to believe it if you say something like that. And then in the line, protect animals and children at all costs too. Yeah, that's freaking crazy.
That's the first thing I thought of when I heard him say it. I was just like, oh my gosh.
And,
And whew.
and to add to the Ken Griffin Elon thing, I think it's also like, kind of like if in playing poker, right? Like even if you wanted to play every hand, you can't, And so I think that's like a smart person isn't going to fight a battle they can't win. But I think that's why they're interested in the apes, Pulte and everyone, is because it's like it's like we actually are smart enough and work hard enough and crazy enough to actually be a good army. Like back in World War II, when America got involved, it was kind of a different game because like you had all these like city boys from Germany that had never shot a gun before, and yeah, they were
Yeah.
like hopped up on meth or whatever, but like that doesn't help them like actually know how to shoot a gun. And then they got all these like these good old boys from from America that came in, and I mean there was like 4 guys that took on had like 2,000 people or whatever, something crazy, and they're like, "Where's the rest of your army?" And it's like, "No, it's just us." Like they're just boom, 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 And so I think that like having this like trained financial like understanding army, that even though we don't have a formal degree, most of us, but we're like actively trying to learn it. And I mean I've learned so much about law and finance over the last like several months. Like actually the
Oh
last 2 years. That's been crazy.
yeah.
But like I feel like I like have to, like my life depends on it. And I feel like I talk to other people. Like I just talked to someone recently that has a degree in finance, and it doesn't seem like his life depends on it. It's just kind of what he does, and I'd ask him questions, and so I don't know. I think that is an asset, and I think that when the time comes that he can mobilize this army, then he would make the move, and he wouldn't need someone like Ken Griffin. But that's just my 2 cents, I guess.
No,
Also,
I agree with you. In the way, the direction, X is going, and Blockbuster and Sears, and what becomes a BuyBuy Baby and Bed Bath Beyond, it looks like folks are starting to separate themselves. And the fact that King Griffin, moved to Florida to try to protect his property, and then Bloodhound 1144 who like tracks his plan on Reddit, and the type of places he's like flying to and visiting. It seems like he's like kind of paranoid these days. I would if I was. And the thing that's crazy too is like he's a smart guy. He went to Harvard in terms of like IT and communications. Because it's funny, outside of stocks, he understands like computer networking, and he also understands like the frequencies. Like he understands actual like comms,
yeah.
which I find impressive. Like SATCOM and UHF, VHF, and all that type of stuff. Like King Griffin was famous in Harvard for like setting up satellite communications and different types of radios so he could like play in the stock market from his dorm room and communicate with people from all sorts of places. So he's a smart dude. He probably sees he's probably put himself in a corner over time, especially as like the boomers are probably starting to die off, and then these younger, hungry, thirsty guys looking to start their legacy. Like Pulte, I love the dude, but he has a smile on his face, but on the inside, he's aggressive and hungry as fuck.
And I mean, so are we. I mean, like, I mean, I think also the difference is that, you know, the financial world right now, it's people that that's where they grew up. They just went straight there. And for us, like we, you know, each of us has different careers, different skill sets, and we all bring them to the table, and we're hungry. Like we're like, I mean, like I think about like the sacrifices, you know, like I've made to try and like get as much money. Like it's like, okay, I'm making all these sacrifices to just put as much money as I can into the stock market, and right now exclusively, almost exclusively, Bed Bath and Beyond.
Dang, Gravis 121. Good point. Richest men in the world dropped out of college. Yeah, that's pretty interesting too. And then Michael, in terms of what you're talking about, sacrifice. Yeah, yeah. And I agree with what you're saying. And in terms of you specifically, like you've been working on a lot of things, like your blog. I know you're working on an app. You're definitely like connecting with a lot of people in terms of like Bed Bath Beyond, as well as us and your own YouTube. So in terms of building your own legacy, and the thing that's cool too is when in life you're like you see, you're thirsty, you're hungry, you're trying to, you know, make it in the world, you're trying to invest in the right way, but then you're doing things where you may potentially, you know, you economically may be satisfied through what you're doing, potentially, but you also are doing what you love. So I admire that in you too, man. I just wanted to share that with you.
Hey, thanks.
There's a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk in it, but it's fucking cool.
I mean, we've all invested a lot. I mean, even just the time, right? I mean, how much time have you spent, you know, either doing DD or even, you know, being on the PP show, you know, writing, you know, blog posts, Twitter posts, you know? I mean, we're all hustling. We're all out there like trying to make it happen, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's weird too, because I do it out of like, and it's fucked up, but I do it out of addiction for this shit though, man. It's addicting as hell, and it's weird because at the end of the day, like if we all disappeared, like especially the Bed Bath Beyond thing, like like AJ says, it's a financial transaction. It's like either BlackRock Vanguard's gonna rape the short hedge funds or they're not with RC. Yeah. Like, is that gonna happen or is it not gonna happen?
I love AJ.
Yeah, he's freaking.
He's amazing.
He's great. He says high level stuff at very like layman level terms, but then like, you know, you get a tweet one time where someone like Polte says, "I appreciate you, Plur," or Gravis 121 in the chat says like, "Hey, I agree with you and I like what you're doing," or you see Sam or Michael or even you, Wally, and just. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, I actually like legitimately like care about these people, which is fucking weird. But like if this was the 1990s, I would think this is absolutely insane. But in 2023, it's like the new fucking normal.
Yeah.
I love this. In the chat, someone said, "Where's Salvatore? Where'd he go?" And someone else says, "He'll come back as Salvatore Q." Oh man, that's funny.
That's funny. Angel pulled Angel in. Angel, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just saying hi to you guys. You know, at first I thought Michael was a shill myself, but yeah, over time, you know, opinions change, I guess. But yeah, I just like the PP show, man. Just want to show you guys my respect, man. Just keep doing your thing, man. I learned a lot from you guys. You
Thanks.
know, just from, you know, investing, trading to just talking to people. You know, I'm a little intimidated just being here, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad you came on. I mean, we're all like kind of stepping our boundaries, you know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I when I started my YouTube channel, like it's been taking forever just because like I didn't want to put something out there that wasn't like polished, something I didn't want to put my face behind. And, you know, something kind of just changed. And it was like, you know what, like I'm sick and tired of like all these weird things holding me back. And, you know, it's all or nothing, you know, one, investing, but two, just putting my face out there. If people like it, they don't, whatever. Like,
yeah. Just a quick question. I don't know. Well, just I guess some feedback from you guys about DRS. Like, what do you
Yeah.
think about it?
I love DRS.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
No, you can go first. That's fine.
I was gonna say I love DRS. I have all of my eligible GameStop shares DRS'd. I have not taken the leap yet with Bed Bath and Beyond to do it, just due to I haven't looked too much into it, but for the past it seems like 3, 4, 6 weeks, maybe more. Something with the AST portal being down and there being limitations on the portal in terms of being able to sell. I've recently bought a pretty large lot of Bed Bath and Beyond shares that helped me bring my cost basis down. So what I'm considering doing is taking that lot and DRSing it and doing a last in first out, so I can get my lowest cost basis that I accumulated most recently into DRS and have that be the chunk that I don't sell, and all of the shares that I've been accumulating since last August with higher cost basis and I'll have to pay less in taxes if I'm selling and it's more than a year and a day, leave those in the brokerage. But I think the pro brokerage side of the argument is that if you have shares in a brokerage, and this is not financial advice, this is my opinion and my understanding, having read all of the there was a really great era of DD on the original Wall Street Bets subreddit, and then we went to GME and then to Superstonk, and sort of in that transition early to mid 2021 there's some really incredible DD written about market structure, and I read every single letter of every single post from those sort of OG DD contributors. And my takeaway from that was that so long as you don't have your shares in a like a retail, primarily like a retail trading app that doesn't have a large institution behind it, that has their trade settlement either as contract for difference or they use payment for order flow, not just for options, but for their stock business. So long as that's not where it is, because in contract for difference, you never have any shares to begin with. You're literally trading on deltas between the price of the share when you bought it and when you sell it, and they are hedging behind the scenes to make sure they have sufficient collateral to make everybody whole at any given time. And then when there are broad spikes of volatility, they're unable to do that, and you will be unable to sell. And that's just how contract for difference works. There's inherent conflicts of interest with payment for order flow as well, which is why Robinhood and Webull and anyone that did business and had their settlement done by Apex Clearing was not able. They took away the buy button, but you were still able to do so on the more reputable firms like Fidelity, Charles Schwab, some of the larger ones. And the reason for that is in these more reputable brokerages that manage serious amounts of capital, if there's a share in there, it's not to say that you own the share because you actually own the share, because that's not how the system works. The system works by the broker being in contact with the DTCC, and they share a ledger with each other, and on each other's books, they see that every broker that the DTCC is in partnership with and working directly, like all the broker is doing is saying, hey, I need shares for this account, put it in your ledger, and they say okay. What DRS is doing, or at least what the idea with what DRS is supposed to do, is it's supposed to make it so that every time a share is DRS'd, it limits the amount of liquidity, the amount of flexibility that the DTCC has in order to be able to freely allocate shares to members of their broker network.
Kind of like drying up FTD supply, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know enough to say that yes, it makes that correlation. I don't know. I'm not a subject matter expert in this field. I'm just trying to share my understanding of this. Yeah. And it's basically that the more shares that are DRS'd, the less flexibility that the DTCC has on their ledger to freely say, yes, we'll credit shares to you, kind of like Oprah Winfrey. You get shares, everybody gets shares, right? The more shares that are DRS'd, the DTCC, again, I think it's really a shame, and it's clearly to the detriment of our society, that it's never audited, and we never see what's in their books, but they do. And there could come a point where there's no shares left, everything is DRS'd, and at that point a company can say, we know who all our shareholders are, and they can make that statement definitively and interact with them directly. And then the big question and the big experiment in all of this is, what happens to people that have those shares in their 401ks, their IRAs, and regular brokerage accounts? What happens there? That's the great unknown. And that, for me, that is the science experiment that is happening right now with the DRS movement, is trying to find and force the answer to that question. And I think there's a lot of value there. We're seeing things with different companies, being able to make statements like, you are only going to get this special dividend, like MMTLP. Cheers, boys.
Cheers.
Fleur is the beast. He's the monster. Oh my gosh, they're putting alcohol in those now? Dear Lord. Oh my gosh. That takes me back to college with the Four Locos, back when they had caffeine in them. That's crazy stuff.
Yeah, Sparks, Sparkling Sparks was wacky too.
Oh, jeez. Woo. Glad I survived.
Hey, quickly, Wiley, to caveat what you're saying too, it's like in a utopian world, you're 100% right. It gives a company the ability to say like what essentially you say or you're saying, but at the same time, what it also does is, like you said, make it more illiquid. So it's like the fact that we're like Bed Bath & Beyond specifically is like illiquid because it's OTC, or at least more illiquid, right? It's not like mainstream.
Yeah.
And then on number two, if you DRS the shares, that makes it even more illiquid. Which if folks are really, these short hedge funds are trying to short it, then it kind of puts them in a situation where, well, there's no shares, let's naked short it. So in a way, it's like those who DRS Bed Bath Beyond shares are like the warriors or the heroes we need but don't deserve, because they're creating more naked shorts, which in the long term is going to make it worth a lot more for us if an actual squeeze even happens.
Exactly.
And that's why I would feel bad personally telling people to DRS, is because I feel like it would be like, if they're more illiquid, right? Like it benefits me. So like I'd feel like a shill if I was like, hey, everyone DRS, but then I don't DRS. Like for me, I'm also like, I don't really trust anyone. So I have mine in different accounts, and I plan on DRSing. I just like, I haven't yet. And if I did, I wouldn't DRS all of it, probably only like a quarter or maybe half my shares, just in case. But I mean, if a problem happens big enough to where like a regular brokerage like Fidelity like doesn't like fails, like I don't think that the DRS shares will be, like if whatever could happen that would make Fidelity fail, like I just don't think like society would.
Yeah, at that point we have bigger problems, right?
Yeah,
Michael?
exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah.
How about like DRSing to just like pass it down, I guess? What do you think about that?
Well, I think Altruistic Beyond gave a very great answer to this, and it's absolutely true, and it's probably the full stop reason why, to explain the value of DRS, is that it simply guarantees property rights of your shares. You're a real owner, and I sort of draw a correlation to if you've ever bought life insurance, like the way a life insurance contract works and insurance contracts work is you have someone who pays for the policy, someone who owns the policy, and then you have a beneficiary. So it's like you've got this trilateral system of like stakeholders to maintain that contract. And that's how it works when shares are held in street name and you are a beneficial owner. You are the beneficiary and the payer for a share, but you are not the owner of the share. That remains the DTC. Whereas when you are DRS'd, the shares are registered in your name on the company's ledger. One thing I'd love to see as an outcome of all of this, and something I'd love to participate in, is like the formation of a credit union that, in credit unions, there has to be some sort of reason or shared interest of members of, that participants in the credit union have to have, they could all, be state employees within a given state, or government employees, state employees work for a particular company, or there has to be some sort of shared interest. And I'd like to see that shared interest be, just US citizens or just global citizens that have DRS shares and want to put them in a credit union for the purpose of serving as collateral for planning your own family finances and being your own banker. I would love to see something like that. And that should be possible by being, and that's what banks were formed to do, is to be able to serve as custodians for your valuable property and issue credit against it, and you just simply can't do that in you know in today's society unless you're a billionaire, really.
So one thing I've been doing, I don't know if I get some feedback from you guys, but one way I've looked at it is like in a very logistical way. I have a logistical background, mainly in like transportation. I used to be like a dispatcher for like a private limousine company, and
Right on.
we used to take
How
on.
many vehicles?
I think we had a fleet of like 50 a
Oh wow,
month.
that's a lot. Man.
Yeah, for a private, yeah, it is. It's like
Yeah.
a lot of it was like buses and charter. It's like 50 passenger trips and stuff like that.
If you guys do government, I guess I'm going to into. I was like, you do government contracts and all that too, but never mind.
We did a lot of Slumberjay, like oil, like oil industry contracts.
Yeah.
Like for the students and stuff. But anyways, a huge issue we had, which I see in the stock market is time arbitrage.
Yes.
So like with time arbitrage, like you can only do so much with what you have. You can take on as much business as you can, but you can only deliver so much because you're set to a limit. And that's what I saw a lot. And my boss, I guess with all businessmen, you don't reject business. This guy would just take on everything, just like the airlines. They take on everybody's ticket, everybody's money, whatever they book you, even like in rental cars, etc. Everything logistics. They take your reservation, but they don't actually guarantee it until the person actually shows up for you. You know what I mean? So like I saw that a lot, and me personally, I had to deal with it because it was my job, pretty much, to find a chauffeur or a driver for a specific trip or whatever. And that's the way I see like options. That's the way I see shares. That's the way I see brokers. Everything has its place. But anyways, not to get too much into details. The way I see it is like a lot of it, like the brokers, they're taking in all your money. The market makers, they're taking in as many orders as they can for shares. But when shit hits the fan, there's only so many people that they're gonna be able to pay out, so to speak. Yeah, they'll deal with the court cases or whatever, but in majority, I think they weigh those things. A lot of times in the limo industry, a lot of times, even though a person would pay for a trip, they would pay for a private chauffeur. Sometimes we would show up late because it was impossible to have a driver drop off somebody here and then be across town in 5 minutes. It was impossible.
Logistically,
Was that?
no, I said logistically, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
impossible.
yeah,
Impossible.
it's
Impossible
literally
task is what
it,
people
it's
are.
literally
Well,
impossible. So if in another sense, now we have Uber, right? With Uber, there's a these guys figured it out pretty much. They're a different animal, but it's pretty much the same. They have an upper hand on logistics. So that's the way I see the market. That's the way I see like stuff. I guess in a chaotic way.
well,
Happening, but
Angel, you should feel good about yourself. At least you delivered. You know.
yeah, that was yeah, I tried. Sometimes we were late, but it wasn't my fault. It was this guy that was just taking in everything he could, and he was just like, here, deal with it, kind of deal.
So, Angel, I got a question for you then, and it's kind of like a creative kind of question uh, that I don't know the answer to, but essentially, like you're right, like hey, there's all this shit that exists. If there's bigger hedge funds like Vanguard and BlackRock that are behind RC for this Teddy thing, and this thing ends up being like the folks think, and it gets big or something. I guess what I mean is ask you, Angel, or anybody else that wants to answer. If you were in it since August, like me and Wally, and by chance anybody here was part of the Tindy Baron Discord, do you think like a huge percentage of people have fallen out already? Like let's say it was started off. Obviously, this number is like made up, like 100 people, right? And then when it went to OTC, all I know is like people that communicated with in the past. I feel like 70% of them are gone at this point.
Oh yeah,
And it's like,
definitely. Yeah,
go
definitely.
ahead.
I think
I disagree.
I think
Go
I
ahead.
think
I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Like, if people have been shaken out or stronger now, I would like to know.
I
yeah, I
think
mean, you have all kinds of people, man. You have like strong people. You have people that just can't afford the time or the money. They literally have to forget about it and move on with their life. And a lot of people they're privileged enough to hold on. You know what I mean? So I was one of you guys that did buy in August. I like to say to myself, I got rug pulled by Wall Street and MSM mainstream
I
because
was
they're
real cool. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I just grab us 121. I love everything you're writing in chat. I agree with everything you're saying. But go ahead, Angel.
But yeah,
I'll go for you.
yeah, I did get rug pulled. I didn't lose a lot. Fortunately, I acted quicker. I acted real quick, and but still, I still bought back in. I think my average is. I mean, my lowest DRS score is like 9 cents. So yeah,
Wow.
hell
I,
yeah.
I, but
I think
yeah,
I think that I think that the people that got shaken out would have been shaken out in like August or September with that initial news that RC's out. I think that if people, I think that I think that that's where the division was, where there was a group of people that said, I don't believe that RC is out and I'm going to hold on till that
hmm
changes. And people that said, oh shit, like I better get out now before this goes to nothing because that's the direction that it's going. But ever since that point, there's been just enough to hold on to just continue seeing the red and that down into the right angle in your portfolio where back in September, October, November, it was the bond restructuring. And at that time, I remember, I think Jake's motives are pretty well understood now. I mean, we don't know anything at this point, but at the time it was just sort of like, oh my god, who is this guy, what's he doing? This is exciting. Like he just published his paper. What's going on?
March.
So that, yeah. So there was the
No,
bond
no.
restructuring.
Sorry. He turned it in July. It was like July 22nd. July 22nd, he had his letter to the board with like the
Okay.
bond arbitrage. But okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So thanks for that correction. So, but it just like from August, it was like okay, they're trying. RC's out. Maybe some people go, some people stay, but the people that stay, I can only speak for myself. But I think it's I think it may be common psychology where there was just enough for me to be like, you know what, let's see what happens in 2 weeks, next month. And then all of a sudden there's like pitch book data in January. It's like, oh my gosh, Ryan Cohen might not have sold everything.
yeah.
And then you're looking back and filing and saying that, okay, like his position only had to be publicly available because he owned, like either greater than 10% of the stock or is above, he was an insider at above 10%. But if you have a publicly traded company and you own 5% of it or more, you have to your name has to be associated with your holding. But there were provisions in his standstill agreement that said that he still had some level of control over the board, some level of influence over corporate decision making if he owned a minimum of 2.4% or something like that of stock, which kept him below the reporting threshold for him to be required to be publicly associated with the stock. And so once that, like, I read that little snippet from that docket, or what, if I don't know if it was even a docket back then, but I said that is something that I'm going to hold on for, because that gives me hope and plausible. I don't know if plausible deniability is the right way to say it, but he could very well still own 2.5% or right around that number and still be a stakeholder in this. And then, time continues to go on. There was plenty to hold on to for long enough. And then all of a sudden it gets to a point where if you bought in at $20 or $15 or $10, and you held down to $4, $3, $2, $1, 50 cents, 5 cents, you're not selling. Like, what's the point of selling? Like, I don't need 5% of my money back. I need 10x, 20x, 50x on a play. Like, I'm not being a moonshot person here. I'm just saying, with the amount of risk associated with this play, those are the returns you need to justify it.
Yeah.
Like, those are the returns you need. So
this is a StarCraft 2 Zergling rush, man, or a Protoss. It's a Protoss attack. Yeah, it's a probe, pylon, photon rush, and you're just fucking all in, man. And if it doesn't work, you're dead.
Yeah.
Before I hopped on this stream, I was watching professional StarCraft being played on YouTube, and Michael hit me up on Twitter and he's like, "Hey, I'm streaming." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take a shower real quick and hop on Restream with the boys."
Thanks,
I love the StarCraft 2 reference. One of the greatest games ever.
So funny tinfoil. The Teddy clock is in reference to a specific StarCraft 1 timing attack. I forgot which one.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know if it's Artosis or it's like one of the famous ones on YouTube, and it's like a clock. So it's just funny how I need to look it up and write it down. But the clock matches like the Teddy clock almost perfectly in terms of a certain StarCraft timing attack.
Dude, StarCraft 2 or StarCraft in general, like reminds me of back in the day when I got a PlayStation and everyone else got a Nintendo 64, and everyone was really good at GoldenEye 007. I sucked at it. And then so I was fine, I sold my PlayStation, I got a Nintendo 64, and everyone sold theirs and got a PlayStation.
Everybody switched. Yeah.
So I'm really good at like Warcraft 3, but I like everyone else like plays StarCraft. I'm like, it's like kind of like the same game, but I don't know. It's
Warcraft 3's. I don't know how we're going this direction, but in my opinion, StarCraft 1 is like god tier in terms of like the difficulty level. And then, in my opinion, Warcraft 3 is more difficult than StarCraft 2 because the amount of micro you got to have with those heroes in Warcraft 2 is just holy shit, man.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is when Teddy comes out, when player ends up getting big, we're gonna stream. Maybe we'll learn StarCraft, someone will have to carry me, all right, and then I'll carry someone in Warcraft. It's be freaking legit. So
we'll do it.
Sounds
like fun.
But I think actually, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say actually in Warcraft 3, speaking of teamwork, I think the most popular mode nowadays, outside of like the old fucking Dota mod or whatever, is 3 versus 3 or 4 versus 4 or something like that. So I would definitely get myself finally a computer and I'll be down to play some Warcraft 3 again.
There we go.
I'm a bit of a pirate, so like I always wanted to play StarCraft, and I somebody had gave me a Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. I never actually played the game, but I played the custom maps.
Yeah.
That's what I got into for years, but the StarCraft I never, I actually downloaded it, pirated it, hacked version or whatever, and never played it. But yeah, the time wasn't there. But anyways, I also wanted to share something with you guys. What do you guys think about my investing strategy? Because I believe in DRS so much. I'm not against brokers or anybody that holds in brokers, but I just think there's such a big play right now that of course, you don't hope or plan for the end of time, so to speak. I just do believe that so like the mechanics of DRS, like I was speaking about time arbitrage before. I see like DRS shares just being the fastest out there, I guess, in that sense. I don't know if I'm explaining myself. But anyways, what I've done with my investment.
Angel, I know you keep bringing up DRS, And it is interesting because Kevin Malone just had a like a Twitter space where he was talking about DRS specifically, and then on the PP show, Polte was asking how does everyone else feel about DRS, and the fact that these people who are kind of in the know,
You're gonna
they
make
keep
me
talking
drink,
about
Wally.
it over and over. Yeah, and
I'm
all these
sorry.
people who keep no, it's all good, Angel. All these people who are all in the know are talking about it. It's making me think to myself like, dang, I've
And
I almost have 100,000 shares now because I'm a paycheck guy. I've been doing the paycheck thing
yeah.
every 2 weeks since.
And I
August.
really like, I hate myself for just bringing it up all the time. I really do. Like, I just, for some reason, I just can't stop talking about it. You know what I mean? Like,
But that's what I'm saying. Recently, so at first, like people like you when they would talk, and other folks would bring it up, but like these guys are fucking chilling, man. I'm like, shut up,
mhm.
DRS, scram, kid, right? Go fucking smoke a bowl somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
and
then,
you get a lot
but
of
then
negative feedback
also,
from everybody. You know, like, I guess they
yeah,
don't see what you see. You know what I mean? Like, they don't. You know,
I
they,
but I will say Polte as well as Kevin Malone and other like big like people who actually have. No offense to me and you, like we don't have clout compared to like Polte and Kevin Malone and these guys are
and I
saying like,
don't want it.
hey, yeah, exactly, like let the 100 millionaires have it, right? But the fact like they brought it up, it's weird like how when certain people say certain things and you hear it, then you start to like, you'll be driving your car going to work, and you're like, man, am I doing the right thing? You know what I mean? And then now I'm like, fuck, if I have almost 100,000 shares, why don't I have 25 to 50,000 DRS? Like, why not? If shit may hit the fan, like if I worked this hard for this money
And
and I put my paycheck into it, why am I not hedging against potential problems?
I
And
mean,
I get a lot of confirmation when, like you say, like Kevin Malone and those, those millionaires, they bring it up. You know, like Bill Pulte, that's the first question he asked on the
but
PP show.
he also said, well, one, I think GME has kind of been the experiment to say like what happens when you DRS most of your shares, and so far nothing. But Pulte also, when I said I don't know, I just don't trust anyone, especially not gonna some service that's in Australia or wherever and tied to Wells Fargo or whoever, and he's like, oh yeah, you don't trust BlackRock, right? So I mean, I think that it was interesting that I was like, I would rather, I was like, if Elon Musk or Ryan Cohen had brokerage or DRS, like I'd be all over that, because like it has to be someone I trust. And then what do you know, like fast forward like 2 weeks and news comes out like, oh, Elon Musk is doing his own trading app. But like I think that he debunked it, but like I think that it's just not ready to be revealed. But I guarantee that's on his radar as something he wants to do. And my guess is it has to be either him or Ryan Cohen. And if I had to guess, I would say it would be Elon,
So
because
this
yeah.
is the first time I've heard about GME being fully DRS.
Well,
That you're
not fully,
No,
but
no.
out of all the stocks, it's probably like one that's DRS the most. I don't know what percentage, like whether it was 50% or something. I think
Mhm.
someone said it was 50%.
Well, I think it has to, the whole float has to be DRS, before RC, pulls the trigger, so to speak.
Yeah.
I disagree. I don't think that has to happen, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But
uh-huh.
yeah. Well, also to answer a question before about how many people are in Bed Bath and Beyond, what you were saying, Plur. I don't know if anyone's watched the Bed Bath and Beyond subreddit, but because yeah, we have more people coming to the PP subreddit, but like the total number of Bed Bath and Beyond has been going up by at least 500 every week.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that kind of shows how many people are there. I mean, like when you click on the subreddit to see like at any given point, there's 1,500 people, watching. And I mean, as long as I've been here, any really good DD within a few hours gets, close to 1,000 or more upvotes. So I mean, I think that people are noticing, and I think it becomes more of a lottery ticket the lower the price goes, because it's like, that was for me. Like I remember on Short Squeeze subreddit just lots of people posting about Bed Bath and Beyond until they got like blocked from the platform, but then they still would do it anyway. And I just like kind of resentment, but I just my preliminary like glance at the company. I mean, I was super busy at that time in my life anyway, so it's not like I had time to do a ton of DD. Was that it wasn't really appealing at that price. That was like, I remember looking at it when it was at like $6 or something, and then looking at it again, it was like 4 or something. I don't really remember, but once it got to like below $1, I was like, okay, now I'm really curious about this, because that's a really cheap lottery ticket.
Yeah.
And then I started doing my own DD, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see this easily happening. Which, I mean, everything coming up, especially like the docket that came out today, right? There's the, which, by the way, people, my idea was that they were going to start business as a going concern on August 1st. Well, this lease agreement was signed, the 31st, July 31st. So right now it says that they're remodeling it. So why are they remodeling it, right? Because they're going to use it. And when are they going to open their doors? I don't know, but my guess is that they're going to open their doors after they distribute the liquidation account that $900 million that they saved up. So yeah. So sorry, I was just tying a few things together. You have another question, Angel?
No, I just wanted to, I guess, share with the chat and everybody, in case somebody out there, one person listens, but just an investment strategy that I found against that time arbitrage and everything. It has helped me uh, surprisingly time some dips.
Hmm.
So this is just personally speaking, but yeah, I'm a big believer in DRS. My whole position is DRS now. I think I still have like a couple shares that I need to transfer, but that's gonna come with time.
Yeah.
But my strategy is like basically all the capital I have, like everything. If I'm buying through a broker, and I'm buying the dip through the broker,
Mm-hmm.
and then transferring it. And my favorite, of course, is Fidelity, just like everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um, but also there's something that I've been doing is you've seen the promotions that you get from um, Webull, eToro, like all the brokers. That if you throw in some money or $20, or if you use a certain bank, they give you money or they give you
Mm-hmm.
shares.
Yeah.
And what I like about Bed Bath and Beyond is that it's so cheap. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So like it's so cheap, right? It's like 28 cents or whatever right now. But what I've been doing is like pretty much everything I have, every all cash flow, whatever capital, it's DRS. And then like whatever money I have left over, I play with on the brokers, like as far as promotional shares or whatever. I exchange those for Bed Bath and Beyond shares,
Yeah.
and those are the ones that I'm pretty much paper handing when
Yeah.
when time comes. That's just me. You can do it. I'm thinking about going like there's so many brokers out there, but I'm thinking of just doing a broker run. That's what I call it.
Have
you,
fun.
you know,
Have fun with your that stack of 1099s come tax season.
right?
One from
Yeah,
each
Yeah.
broker.
and that's also another thing. The taxes you gotta keep in mind when selling. But that's nothing. I guess I'll just take care of that whenever. But yeah,
Nice.
just yeah, and
Yeah, there's
to me, it brings so much calm. Like I can't. I was so worried. First of all, I was worried about Bed Bath and Beyond not being a good bet or a
Yeah.
good place to invest. And then over time, you look at all the DDs. The fucking community is. I have no words, but everything is there, and I was like, okay, I'm convinced. Bed Bath & Beyond, it is a good investment. So why not? Might as well just put it away, DRS it, and if I want to play with money, or if I want to paper hand, or buy dips and this and that, I use free broker money, free shares. you know, I don't know.
No,
That's
that's
just,
legit.
yeah. Instead of gambling, that's I guess I like to gamble, but just this is not a gamble to me. This
Yeah.
is a
Dude, if you're in Bed Bath Beyond, it's a fucking gamble, man.
not to
Yeah.
me, man.
I
I'm
know.
really
Sun Devil came in the chat and he says deal's done. I believe.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sun, actually,
You heard it
let
from
me
Sun
ask you,
Devil.
What real quick, Sun Devil, real quick, have you this last week, especially after the court case where there was that dip to 22 to 27, 28, Sun Devil, I've been kind of curious. Did you swing at all, or nah? You just been holding strong, man.
I actually was like sending my positive vibes. Like I'm like, I don't even care about me. Like Sun Devil, I hope he's not like that's like, I mean, a huge like just watching that just tank could have just been like, oh, there goes a lot of money.
Sun Devil's buying. He's going to get up to 7.41 million before all this is all over.
Yeah,
I'm done with.
Yeah.
There you have it. He
legit.
said, Sun Devil said, he didn't swing. He's just been buying. Man, I wonder what you're. That's awesome. It's kind of funny because I was all proud fairly recently. I got like 5,000 shares, and then the same day, Sun Devil was like, "Yeah, I got 15,000." So I was like, "All right, man, I got 1/3 of what he got that day. Right on, you know."
Sam
But
asked me in the
anyways,
chat what my experience with AST has been like. I don't have experience with AST. I just heard of different challenges with the portal not being able to log in, not being able to see what you have, and that just gives me anxiety. So
can I
I have no
can I say
experience.
something about that, Wally?
Go ahead, Angel.
Because I have heard people say not spread FUD or whatever, but I guess they just don't know, or misinformation, I guess. But the transfer agent is, the way I see it, is just like a clerk. They're just inputting information in, whatever they're,
Yeah.
data entry, you know.
Correct.
I don't see them having anything to do with, as far as trust goes.
Yeah.
I think
I think at this point, like most people, like I don't know. I mean, they kind of know out there if they're interested, in
yeah.
DRS.
To me, it doesn't. To me, it
So-
doesn't matter if it's AST, EQ, computer share. It doesn't, like, the transfer agent doesn't really matter. The shares are in your name. Even DTC has to know. These are your shares, or whatever. But the transfer agent doesn't really matter. I don't care who the hell it is, to be honest. But yeah, I think there's a lot of fear in as far as trusting a transfer agent. I don't.
No, I just don't trust anyone. That's my thing. It has nothing to do with the transfer.
I mean, that's not a bad thing, but yeah. I trust myself, I guess, because you are delivering the shares to yourself. I trust myself over a broker. Pretty much.
Yeah. Sweet.
But yeah, man, just that's all I had to say.
Well, thanks for stopping by, man. I really
thank
appreciate
you for having me. All right, thank you guys.
All right, see you, man. Yeah. So there's some people in the chat were want to know about I don't know if either of you guys went through this docket, but this one got me really excited because it was like a further confirmation of what we were saying. We were suggesting that Dream on Me bought, was it 12 leases? Is that how many I think they had bought? I don't know if anyone can verify that. I thought I remember it being 11, but then I remember in the PP show they were saying
Yeah,
12.
you're right. You're right, Michael. It was either 11 or 12. It's exactly what you're saying.
And so, like, it's just, one, I'm kind of curious. Well, one, like, so they're remodeling, which is what I said they were going to do, right? Like, it's like, okay, we're going to pick the stores, we're going to remodel them, and it's like going to be this new experience. People are going to be curious to come check out what's going on. But you can like see the plan coming together. It's like, what part of liquidation means that they're remodeling stores, right? So, you know, when Patty Wu says there's going to be a BuyBuy Baby 2.0, Dream on Me only bought the trademark and the leases. They didn't buy the business. They didn't buy Patty Wu. And so we're getting a glimpse of the timeline. How long is it going to take for them to remodel the store? Well, I don't know, but I mean, I think that one, you know, Polte said only the young when I said that they'd have to have some sort of valuation number in order for it to be purchased. And already before they have like the percentage of sales online versus the percentage in store. And so I think that Overstock changing to Bed Bath and Beyond in the US will help them get a better evaluation, kind of guesstimate of how much the stores would do. And also, they're I think that in order to not have the liabilities, I have man, I have so many tabs open. I'd have to jump around to find which one it was, but it was just talking about all the claims and whatnot that if they continue the dual track and actually opened up stores, whatever they make part of that has to go into that pool of share of money that goes to people who have claims, not just like shareholders, but like any sort of claims in the business, intercompany claims, you know, shipping companies, whoever it is that wants to complain. And so if they sold the company at that point, also part of that would have to get distributed to them. And so, you know, I don't want to share that with anyone else other than the shareholders. I don't know about anyone else.
No,
but it makes
you're right.
Yeah, so it makes sense to me that they found a way to, like, you know, kind of delay it until that gets distributed and just is over. And then they're remodeling, and then they're going to open up their doors, and then there's going to be a carve out after that. So I don't know what you guys' thoughts are.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and it is really freaking cool. And you can tell Patty Wu's been working on this a long time. I think she already kind of knew it was going down back when she was going to Mars or whatever it was, whatever state that was, with a picture of her on the Bed Bath Beyond or whatever website it was where it's her on Mars and all that. Something that's kind of cool right now too. Is the PP show is actually in your chat right now. And I don't know if you saw, he said you have a really cool costume, so definitely goes with the Patty Wu theme, and just again that's funny that happens earlier, or not funny. It's actually pretty freaking awesome. The Pulte space, it was 11 minutes 34 seconds long, and in the last 2 minutes of it, it's kind of crazy because there's an old saying, right? You always save the best for last, and like within Pulte's speech. You know, initially he talked about like GameStop, I won't stop, and all that stuff that folks always say. And then he went into like philanthropy. He went into helping like women who have been abused in their lives, as well as like donating cars. He went on to like the future of X and all that shit. But then he's like, oh, PP show. Yeah, X.
PP show.
And and the thing that was so cool about the PP show is like, yeah, PP show. And he got this bright smile to his face. He's like, yeah, PP. He kind of just, you know,
that's degenerate filling places.
He mentioned like the fucking what's that called? The vape. He's like, yeah, PPC's kind of just like the vape thing, and people think he isn't paying attention, but he's listening a lot more than other people realize. And then and then he finished it. He's like, yeah, he's going places that man. In 5 to 10 years, he's gonna be something big. But usually when people say like in 5 to 10 years, all he was saying is at a later date. It could be tomorrow, it could be the next day. But it's just kind of cool because, you know, after the Morantz interview, Pulte ignores fucking like Morantz's phone calls. But with PP Seeds, he speaks highly of PP Seeds. Randomly to me, he says, I appreciate you, Plur. Yeah. And not only just PP Seeds, by the way, Pulte also said, like, those are good people over there. Just like PP came. Yeah, that exactly. PP said it. Pulte said, we're going big places, fellas. So it's weird because, like, Pulte gave the honor to PP Seeds, but it wasn't just solely to PP. It was also, like, us PPs within that, like, under PP. So it was kind of like, it was pretty fucking cool.
That's
And I
micro
just want to share
peepees.
that.
The micro peepees.
And then to go back, Michael, sorry to go
No, you're good.
to what you were talking about, because I don't want to like ignore what you said, which was huge on the docket. And in terms of like the future of BuyBuy Baby, in terms of like, yeah, you're gonna have, you know, and all the leases, and they're gonna have the physical stores, but then you have all the crazy shit going on, which, you know, on PP show we talk about, but you know, it's like Shopify, right? And Flexport Buy is a big part of Shopify, and then ABC came out with like the DD of like how the Shopify CEO has the same like top 3 belief system as the RC, as well as like being highly into video games and a gamer like essentially like all of us, which is pretty fucking cool. So it's kind of, it's almost like Shopify, you know, you have a CEO, and Shopify, as you know, folks have said before, hasn't been doing so well since COVID, but they have all the makeup already kind of like existing already, and they're probably like improving over time through like Flexport and those technologies, for like the whole fucking Teddy crazy shit that's about to go down. So I love what you said about the physical stores, as well as like everything in the background coming together logistically, because the whole supply chain management thing is how they're gonna win. So that's definitely the most complex, and I think the most interesting part of the equation, which we don't have much info about, but just a little, you know, clues here or there. So really good points, Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You say something, Juan?
those were good. Those were good points. I think I agree with him in spirit. I don't know that, you know, I don't know that I'm able to speculate on the specifics of like what's happening, but I think I love that you did, and I definitely agree with that in spirit. On the Shopify angle, I think one thing that's pretty interesting about Shopify, we've spent some time kind of, and I forget the lady's name who's the SEO expert that's been coming onto the PP show past couple weeks.
Criggle?
But yeah, Kriggle, that's right. Yeah, cheers, Plur. But we spent some time going into like those terms and conditions, what it means to SEO, and found the Easter egg of how under the terms and conditions it linked to Amazon's terms and conditions. And you just read through that all those T's and C's on the Teddy.com website. There's a lot going on there for just selling a couple children's books. And I think that's something, I'm not saying every single component of Teddy.com is, you know, is an Easter egg for us, but the fact that he's using Shopify's service just to sell 4 or 5 items, you know, I read a little bit into that, because you don't need to enter into like a SaaS, you know, like a service agreement with Shopify to be able to manage that. And like Brian Cohen owns GameStop already. Like he could lease himself space out of his own freaking warehouses to be able to ship those books and have a partnership with his own business, like very easily, and or do it through any other way. So you know, I don't know what to say on that subject other than
Raleigh, real quick, I'm really short. My old DD used to be, and this is total shill, by the way, is RC Cohen. RC Cohen rug pulled us in August in order for him to do this Shopify Amazon Teddy thing. So then he could, after he takes our money, he can then afterwards sell his Teddy books for $49.99. Dumb joke, I know.
That would be a really dark sense of humor.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you're broke and you use your last $50 on buying a book that's lies.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, it's at this point you just kind of have to laugh about the situation, but also got plenty of hope about moving forward. But anyway, I just wanted to comment on, I think it's interesting that Shopify is on the site. You know, Shopify is an Amazon competitor, right? Like they provide sort of a decentralized approach to e-commerce, and provide that sort of transactional infrastructure to just individual sellers that want to have an online presence in a way that's probably more attractive to small mom and pop e-commerce stops than Amazon provides. So I think it's kind of interesting that that's on the Teddy platform.
That actually really is an interesting question. Why didn't he just sell it through GameStop? I mean, that would have just made so much more sense.
Precisely.
Like, what does anyone super stonk say about that? Like, why didn't he use his own company, right? Like that's that's revenue they could have been making, right?
Yeah. The thing I kind of wonder too is like in terms of Polte and bringing up Elon and X and like, and then Teddy, G America and all that in the future too, in terms of content creators and like people like you, Michael, PPC, it's Carter in the chat, Sun Devil Rogue, Altruistic Beyond, Wally Buck, in terms of like everyone having the opportunity to maybe make money through this new system because it's going to be completely decentralized. I wonder what kind of opportunities are going to exist there as well, because we're so used to like always talking about Bed Bath Beyond and BuyBuy Baby in a conventional sense in terms of like direction they're going to go. I wonder what kind of unconventional things they're going to have for even like folks like you in order to make money through that in the future, especially with like, I suck at the game. I've tried my best to get good and I can't. But the game called freaking Fortnite, I'm a controller player. Maybe that's my problem. But within, Fortnite, there's this metaverse, and then Carter online has shown me pictures of like different types of like Web3 metaverse like pictures that just fucking blow my mind sometimes. And in terms of like the future of like Teddy and Jamaica and whatever that could be, I just kind of like if they made a cool shit in Roblox and Fortnite, these guys with these creative minds, I wonder like what's in store, interconnectivity wise.
I'll tell
in
you
terms
what's
of that.
in store, and I'm going to take a ban bet. 1 year from now, there's going to be a Plur gaming chair where it's literally you. You can sit on your lap and play games and watch you stream whatever it is that you're doing.
Or could you potentially buy a Plur gaming chair or like a Michael Pirate, like my chair back there, like a Michael, fucking Moon Star chair, and it has like a picture of you on it, like all sorts of like customability and of everything you could ever imagine.
I guess we got a few people that say they buy it. Taxon. Alexander Flanner, take my money. Yeah. The Plur chair. All right. Well, if I lose out on everything, I'll give you a percentage. If I'll have to bet myself. I'll be like, anyway. Yeah, we'll have to make a chair and raise money after we're all broke. Oh man, that's
So.
Oh yeah. By the way, did you? Sorry, Wally, go ahead. You got it, man.
No, I was just going to say that docket that we pulled up earlier. Were there any other interesting snippets from that, Michael, that you had, or was just that highlighted bit?
Someone else said so mainly I really like this. Like they're like, look, we're taking it, and but we're just so you know, we require time to a reasonable period to perform alterations and remodeling. So, I mean that's just like it's definitely not liquidation right there. Like there's nothing that screams this isn't liquidation. That this is restructuring more than that. Yeah. So I mean the rest. Someone else was from the Reddit was saying that the person who signed it is actually what's his name? Anyway, it's the same guy as the CEO of Dream on Me. So that makes a link between the Bed Bath & Beyond acquisition company and Dream on Me. But it's like interesting because it's not like the BuyBuy Baby acquisition company. So what does that mean?
Yeah, the formation of that LLC I think is really interesting. I think it was talked about on Reddit over the past couple of days that it's, there's a reason, there's a likely explanation for its existence simply function as a entity to hold the intellectual property and other associated assets within the Dream on Me, sort of like a company within a company, and that's totally possible. I don't know that we know exactly what it is right now, but something I brought up a couple times. I just think the fact pattern of the auctions ending on July 11th, Carl Icahn becoming liquid on July 12th, and then the formation of that BBBY Acquisition Co. LLC the very next day. I don't think that. I guess I'm speculating that those three things have something to do with each other. Step 1, step 2, step 3.
I agree.
Hey guys, just a heads up. I'm getting the wave off.
Yeah.
So
No. Well, hey,
Michael,
I'm
thank
so
much
grateful
for
that you came on the show, man. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for sending the message on Twitter, because if you didn't do that, I would have never have known, man. So thanks. I had a lot of fun this Friday, and I really appreciate it. And Wally, it's an honor, man. You're fucking cool as hell, dude. So
You too.
I
Appreciate it,
hope
sir. I want to circle
Go
back
ahead.
on one thing before you go. I said at the beginning, I've appreciated the the tinfoil you've always brought to the table, but you've also brought some pretty well thought out DD, and I think the combination of the research that you've done and the due diligence, and then also just the crazy tinfoil that you come up with, and it's not crazy, but it's just all over the place. I think the thing I value most out of your contributions are, I think you're the brainstormer of the community. Like you've got ideas all over your head, and it's like, it reminds me of being kind of in college and in like the library with a bunch of classmates or whatever, and you're just you're whiteboarding things out, you're working on a piece of paper, and you're just blurting everything you can think of out, and you do that a lot. So I don't necessarily agree with or disagree with most of the stuff that you say, but it gets a lot of neurons firing all over the place, and you have your own pathways developed, and it helps. I know it helps me, and I think it helps a lot of people sort of make their own connections.
It's so funny you say that, man, because like, for example, like I'll put shit out sometimes, and like I know it's silly, dude, but the connections are there. So I was like, you know what, this is kind of fucking funny. I gotta fucking push this out.
And it's high volume, it's not just one or two errant ideas. It's just you're always coming, you're always consistent with stuff from all over the place, and I just really appreciate that. The more information I can get about what may or may not be happening with this stock right now that I love so much, and feel good about its future, I really appreciate it. So good to spend some time with you tonight.
Hell yeah, dude, it's fun, Michael. It's an honor. Wally, it's an honor. And then as PP Seeds always says, man, there's always something new to talk about with this fucking thing. Who would have thought a fucking beloved store like Bed Bath Beyond would be fucking sitting here drinking monster-like alcohol, shooting the shit, having laughs, you know what I mean? What the fuck, man?
Well, a couple months from now, we're going to be looking back on this, and it's just going to be hilarious, because it's like, wow, we're all rich, and this is where we were.
You're right about that. Hell yeah, be laughing all the way to the bank. But anywho, you guys have a good night, and can't wait to talk to you guys again later.
Hey, thanks. See ya.
Well, Michael, I appreciate you having me on also. What do we want to talk about? What's on your mind?
So actually, the whole I was thinking, here, I'll put in a link in the chat. Also, No Pies in the House. Heck yeah. Love that guy. Actually his people, not to bring up life relationships post, but
let's talk about it.
Well, he kind of had a similar thing to me. It's like, if a letter to the court could stop the plan, what kind of plan is it really?
That's exactly my take on the situation.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to have a good outcome. I don't know if it has a bad outcome. I don't know. I don't think that life relationship is a shill. I think he's been posting very informative posts for a very long time. I think ABC hit the nail on the head the other night, saying that he's just he may be just very logic oriented, and obviously very invested in the play, and just doing what he feels is best. But Beyond Uranus brought up the counterpoint to some potential shillery, that the firm that he posted the docket with is the same firm that's been keeping another company, sort of, was it Overstock, that kind of kept them in this perpetual cycle of delays and almost what's it called?
I'm pulling on Gucci Greg real quick. Just
okay,
I mean, I actually didn't. Hey, what's up, Gucci?
Hi, howdy, fellas. What y'all doing?
Hey.
hanging out.
Well, I heard that. Shit, I'm just chilling in my basement, man. You know, just I like to come down here and smoke my prescribed medicine. Just saying,
Nature's
Kentucky's a
blessing.
beautiful thing, boys. Yes, sir. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I seen this really, really cool thing today, and like, I read like 6 pages of it. Now I can't find it. It was in cryptocurrency, but it talked about. It was a 30-page declassified document about how the government fucking believes in manifestation, which of course they do. Like look at Manifest Destiny. They went real hard with that. But it's just like like man, it's kind of like we all had Netflix before it went to shit, right? And so did y'all watch that show called The Sandman? It's a Marvel character, dude. It's an awesome show.
Actually, I started listening to the audiobook.
Was that the one with that was the sort of not superhero one, but kind of like
Neil Gaiman,
kind of dark?
A demigod, yeah, is what they called her. So I think I'm kind of buzzed. I'm not gonna lie. It's a PP after dark night, and there ain't no PP. And I love PP, and I respect him for setting boundaries and doing what the fuck he wants to do. Right? That's what it's all about.
Like, yeah.
But and like I'm real glad that PP's taking a night off whenever he feels. I'm just real glad that he don't take no shit or pressure from anybody. You know what I mean? That is awesome. That's what I respect most about apes. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We don't take crap from no one, not even.
That's real, man. Like, fuck you, billionaires. You son of a bitch. Get on news and cry about it, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm drunk. I've been drinking, boys. I'm sorry, but like that manifest, like that shit was real. It was getting really good, and now I can't find it on my phone anywhere, man. I'm like, so
the idea of sentiment indicators and whatnot have always, have been gathering steam and kind of figuring out what this kind of collective energy is and people's energy. Energy. And I mean,
dude, I've been here since before 21. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got my free GameStop share in like 2019, and like I always liked GameStop. My little brother told me, he's like, well, buy stocks you use. I always use GameStop. So I'm one of the idiots that didn't sell them right now. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be a millionaire,
Yeah.
Nah. My stimulus check didn't go that far. Neither did my paycheck. But combined, I did pretty good. Like I got a couple vehicles, and like I might lose this house, but I got it. Fuck it, whatever. But none of that matters, man. I just want to say I appreciate what you're doing, man. Like it's awesome to have it's kind of like, since Rona, this is the social life, right? Like,
yeah,
it's kind of like I could really see how far GameStop could go with like player in this, man. Like, it's really amazing. We're so early here.
We are very early.
That's facts, dude. Like, I'm 100% DRS DME. I just DRS my first batch at Baby, and fuck AST, dude. Like, where's my shares and shit? You know what I mean? Like, damn, bro. But I'm not losing any serenity over it at all. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I give a shit less. They're going at all on that hill. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Like, for real. But like, at the same time, it's 2023, boys. 2023. This shit should settle instantly, boys.
I still believe Elon's going to come through with an exchange, and it's going to be good. I mean,
he fucking better, because if he don't, somebody else will.
Well, I don't know that anyone else like that wouldn't have. I mean,
he's got leaps on him for sure, but
like, have to be someone that people trust, and someone, if it's just another person trying to do high frequency trading more efficiently than Citadel or whatever, good luck, then
I don't
refer to.
I think if Elon enters it enters with a trading product, I think it's going to have the best of both worlds. I think it'll have sort of the market dynamics of like a Robinhood or a Fidelity trading type experience with but I really think because of how anti-short selling it is, or he is personally, and I really think that he'll have a platform where even though he's not required to, I think he'll do instant settlement. And that'll, like, my thing with DRS, I have shares DRS and I have shares in a brokerage account, and I understand that, the shares that I have DRS are the shares that I never intend to sell. Like, and most of it's GameStop right now. I think it's entirely GameStop. And my vision with GameStop is, I have some in retirement accounts. Those aren't going to get DRS because I'm just not going to pay the tax penalty. So those I might sell or play in the market. But my DRS GameStop shares, my vision with that is those are going to appreciate. They're going to do what they do. And I'm going to collect dividends off of those eventually because I believe in the business and it's going to become profitable, this, that, and whatever. But I still need to have some shares that I want to trade inside of a brokerage, because transfer agents do not have market infrastructure built into them. You can't sell, and you don't have the features available to you to sell strategically and manage a position within a DRS or within a transfer agent. And I think like the delta there is T+2. It's the whole beneficial ownership versus ownership in your name. And I'm hopeful, and technology allows for, with things like, Ethereum and loopring on top of that. And then what's it called? Psycho, or some layer 3 that sits on top of loopring layer 2. Like, it can scale up the NFTs or just, the Web3 infrastructure and token management to a point where you can have, if not instant settlement, same day settlement within batches in a decentralized web, and be able to provide the features that a brokerage provides with the ownership and property rights that DRS provides. And I think that's going to be the convergence, kind of like what Larry Cheng was talking about, where he said, when you see, I'm just paraphrasing it a little bit, but when you see like communities and, community-driven value, like communities driving value intersect with the financial markets in a single asset, that's where we're going to see explosion. And I may be reading into it too much, but I can definitely see that tweet referencing something like potentially Elon with X facilitating trades on his platform, providing the benefits of both a brokerage and a transfer agent. But
yeah, I think it will go even further beyond just being a brokerage. I think that they'll be their own exchange, because like if you think about like just like what percentage of the whole market is Tesla, like what percentage of like the market cap of is Tesla, it's a huge percentage.
Yeah, it's greater than one.
If you created a platform, how many companies would want to just jump over? I mean, GameStop would jump over immediately.
Yeah,
and it would squeeze each one as they went over to the exchange. So
dude, I hold so much loop ring in hopes that they was going to make that exchange.
Let's go, Gucci Greg.
But dude, I mean, dude, I'm a L2 creator. Like, that's where Gucci comes. Like, I was Greg 11688 before that. Like, I made the Demon DAO, and like, what I mean? Like, I'm actually working with Coffert right now to get Demon holders their avatars in loopworms.io. What I mean? Like, I'm just constantly trying to bring utility to this asset that I created, and just pretty much a stupor of an idea I had that people jumped on. Like, what I mean? It's crazy, but like, hype is real. And like, and that made somebody who don't even know anything about programming a creator like me. Like, I'm actually a GameStop creator because of this hype.
Hell yeah.
Is that not? That's pretty nuts.
That is nuts. Good for you.
Right. But like, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not like one of the best. I've not made any money off of it. Like, it's just, but like, like at the same time, I also didn't want to just like, hey, I'll make a bunch of art for me and make money off it. Like, that's not what it's for.
I mean, and I think like just like, but learning the ecosystem and everything, then if you decide to go bigger with it, I mean, you've invested, you're already ready. I mean, if I wanted to do it, for instance, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Dude, like, I had like a real good following, and then like I took a little break, dude. I don't know, like I just life got to be a lot, and like I just went bipolar with it, is what my doctor said, and it happens. But like I had, like before I did that, like I had some like real good ideas that were catching traction. Like I was wanting to put the looper and grade packets. Like I was trying to find a company like cereal boxes that would put a scannable looper and grade packet in their cereal box so that you could scan it, get an NFT out of your cereal box, and you have like an NFT toy to play with. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool shit. Like, dude, there's so much potential with this technology that like people just haven't even fucking imagined yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so crazy how far this shit could go. Like, I want to, like, another idea I had that was gaining a lot of traction was like, fucking, I want to make a racing game where people can gamble their pink slips to their car, their GameStop NFT car title. Yeah, like, dude, tell me that wouldn't be fun as shit, bro. Need for Speed Most Wanted with GameStop NFT for your title. You know what I mean? Like, I'm
I
a
thought you
dreamer.
meant like in real life. I thought you meant like street racing,
I
'cause
mean,
that's been
shit.
popular recently.
If you're a baller, why not? Let's go there. I mean, like I said, there's more to it people ain't even imagined yet.
Yeah.
I mean, like, dude, fucking people have gambled, like, my ex's ex once gambled their house in a poker game. She
Wait,
left
win or
them
lose?
because yeah. He
He
lost, dude. Like, they was like, get the fuck out. She's like, I live here and pay bills here. And they're like, not anymore, you don't. Like, kick rocks, bitch. Like, his. Holy shit. Kentucky, I mean, like, like, it's not just here, it's anywhere. Like, people can really do whatever they want with their belongings. I mean, that's the lane of the free. But, like, I would never gamble my car on a GameStop NFT game. And maybe it's a bad idea since you brought that up, Michael. Shit, people gonna be losing money. I don't know. But, like, I mean, like, it's like, with the smart contracts, like, it's like we're already there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I did, like, just stopped buying Gods Unchained Winter Wonderland packs. I got it was some kind of like coffee game where it was like a coin toss where like they sent you one and you're able to play this game where you got a 50-50 chance to get more. But, like, I don't know what happened after 5 because I got up to 4 and then I lost all.
Yeah.
What the hell are we talking about?
I was just reading Sun Devil had a comment about life relationships, and it's what I agree. He said if you believe in the RC econ and life docket are good, then they'll assist. If bad, then they will have been prepared. Let the pros and the court work it out. Which actually I don't remember what you thought. I had to cut you off, Wally Buck, when you were talking about that.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something like if the people that we think are behind this play are indeed behind this play, they've got much more serious adversaries with deeper pockets, greater means than a Redditor submitting a single docket to prolong a court proceeding. So for that, that's sort of my take on why I think that it is. I'm sort of reading into this at the worst potential outcome for this docket being filed and life relationship representing his position or his opinion regarding the Bed Bath & Beyond situation. I think the worst case scenario is that nothing happens and we maybe it takes another week or two, right? Like, but in the grand scheme of things, we've been here for a lot of us been here for going on a year, if not longer, right? Like, I don't care. Like, if this happens July 4th or August 14th or September 18th, it's not gonna drastically change anything for me in my life. I'd prefer it to happen sooner rather than later, but I'm prepared for this to last until the end of time. Like, that's just my holding criteria, because I'm not going to sell it if it goes down, and I'm not going to sell it unless it goes high enough. I'm just going to keep
on this hill. 0 or 0.
Yeah. So if that's your mentality, like, then time doesn't really matter until the day when it explodes, and then it continues exploding, and we see that volatility, and then hopefully you have a plan and don't fall victim to your emotions and make rash decisions. But so I see the whole docket submitted by Life as, at its worst case scenario, is that nothing happens because of it. And I think it's actually kind of exciting to see some of those names and those ideas be represented in an official court filing, right? Like that's going to
Yeah.
have to be acknowledged by a judge. I'm not sure if Life is going to show up with his legal counsel and have the legal counsel walk through the argument and the docket that they're making and have the judge respond and see what the defense has to say or the state has to say about the matter. I'm really looking forward to being in that Zoom call.
Oh, me too. I was curious. I actually didn't hear about, because I've been super busy today and yesterday. You said that the lawyer that Life Relationship used was the same as the ones that were delaying the overstock thing.
Yeah, I saw it on Reddit. I didn't fact check it. I just sort of,
Okay.
Some days I have more. The past 2 weeks for work for me have been pretty crazy, so I've not had the time that I like to have to be able to, really dive into the weeds on things. But work and life have been pretty demanding, so I've only maybe had 30 or 45 minutes on Reddit today poking around. But yeah, I think I remember. That's how it is with Reddit. It's. I think I remember seeing that somewhere, and unless you
Yeah.
saved the post and shared it with someone, it's good luck finding it again.
Does anyone in chat know? Can anyone confirm that or deny that? I mean, it sounds too, almost like too coincidental to be true, but I mean, also,
Like I hate a lot of people jump like so quick to attack that man, and like I really don't know. I'm staying like I'm gonna let Tom tell. You know what I mean? That's Tom is always on my side. Like if you do RS, you're truly in already, and not send them and say whatever happens, happens. So like with the life relationships, man, I gotta say if he did it trying to really help apes, then kudos to him, man. Shit, like we've all seen this work. Like we've all been appreciative of it, or I have at one point or another. But then again, I also don't like the fact that he tried to represent me. I'm an individual, and so is he. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like I don't mean to
yeah,
sound like a broken record,
absolutely.
but that's what it is, dude. Is like we all know what's on the line here. We all know. We all got our own plans.
yeah.
And
Well,
like
I see where he's coming from, though. Like he's,
right. It's frustrating, like shit. Like damn, dude. Like it's.
Well, I think from his perspective, he's thinking anytime he makes a Reddit post on his content, he's well received by the community. He's getting hundreds or 1,000 upvotes on anything he posts. So I think that I'm not. I guess I'm just purely speculating onto the psychology of if I were him in that position, if I was making those posts and getting that sort of positive feedback, I can absolutely see myself assuming a role of these people are counting on me. And there might be 60,000 people in the Bed Bath & Beyond subreddit, and I don't represent all of those, but I could see myself assuming responsibility, or at least telling myself that I should feel responsible for those that upvoted, and I can represent those voices. So I don't know that he's going so far as to say I represent every single shareholder, but I think he did it for the right reasons, and I don't see any harm in it. And I'm, just for what it's worth, I just find it entertaining, and that's why we're here, right? We're here not to give financial advice or anything like that. This is entertainment, and I just think it's pretty incredible to see like a 5-point write-up in a Kroll document accusing the bondholders of actually being short via credit default swaps and preventing Ryan Cohen and his gang of partners from getting in and working with the board, and the board's in on it. It's like really cool to see like that conspiracy narrative documented in the court filing, and they're gonna have to talk about it. So I'm all ears, man.
Shit spread like wildfire, dude. Like I mean, it don't take but like a second for fire to spread, dude. It's crazy, man.
Judge Papley, I mean, he seems like a really cool guy. So I really wonder like whether he's like, maybe I should slap those hedge funds on the wrist or whatever, and set a precedence and open up a can of worms. Like I don't know. I mean, I don't know what anyone else thinks. Like would you guys be willing to have more of a delay if some things got put up on the table as far as like transparency with swaps and all this crazy shiz that's going on, you know?
Well, Sam, like, I don't know how long you've been dabbling, but like, dude, like, this really reminds me of the Jason fucking Waterfall thing. Do you know who that is?
No, I don't actually.
You don't know Jason? All right, like, dude, like, he was an OG ape, and like, we originally. Let me back up here. I originally thought that, like, you know, DRS was going to show that the vote was bullshit, and we were going to expose these fucking hedges through votes.
Yeah.
No, wrong. Well, like, it turns out that not only was we wrong about exposing shit through that, we couldn't even see the results of the voting. So this dude, Jason Waterfall, sues GameStop trying to see the voting results. And like, dude, like, I'm a little buzzed and like, I'm not 100% sure, but I think RC put that motherfucker to work, bro.
What do you mean put him to work?
I think he gave him a job. Like, he's like, dude, you shut the fuck up and put him to work. Seriously. Do you know about Jason Waterfall, Wally?
No.
No?
I think it sounds loosely familiar, but I've not spent much time on Super Stonk or the GME subreddit. That's a you know, I have my position. It's not going anywhere. Nothing's changed for me for GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
I've been
but like, was you there like was you there when DRS originated? Like,
oh yeah.
All right, so like, I could be wrong, but like, I think Jason Waterfall was like, it was like we thought like the DRS would first like expose the vote count. You know what I mean? Like we thought.
I do remember that.
Okay, so he sued GameStop trying to see the vote results because they wouldn't let us see them. And like, it just got swept straight under the fucking rug. And like, I swear I seen something about it like 6 months ago saying Ryan Cohen gave him a fucking job, dude. But like, my whole point of this is just saying that, like, you know, like, history don't repeat, but it does rhyme. And like, it's like, shit, we're already at this again here in the same saga. Fuck me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting that Ryan Cohen would appreciate that, right? Like, and it's like,
I mean, like, dude, he did work. He worked his ass off. Like, shit.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I mean, you know, I think that how the law works, like, someone has to bring something to the judge. The judge can't go looking for it. Like the jury, right? They can't go try to solve the case by themselves, like go out and collect data, even though I think that in some ways it would be kind of cool.
Well, like, see, like, dude, like this dude was in Delaware, so like he was in the right city and state already. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't shit to him to walk by the courthouse every day, like, yo, what's up with my company?
Yeah.
And like, you know, like he did the work. Like I'm real, like, I don't know, like it was just like I just got like the same vibe from the life thing. You know, like, shit, yeah, they call us dumb money. Let's put them to the fucking test. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are dumb money and we ain't shit. They can handle it, no problem. So no harm, no foul. Or he fucking throws a wrench straight in his boat, dude. You know, like, shit. We don't know. I'm just gonna stay in and watch it happen.
I've actually like thought about like whether it be like about flying over and just trying to enter the courtroom and just like. But then I was like, no, I have way too many holes in my like knowledge base. So, like, I would probably just look like an idiot.
Legalese is like a whole nother level of it, man. Like, even public defenders like are a next level. Like, you think you're better off without them, but that's not really true.
Although as far as delays, you know, Cooper made a good argument. I mean, I forgot that, you know, because calls haven't been available for a while, but he says he has a lot of calls, so those would expire. That sucks. Yeah,
dude, I keep me some GameStop calls, you know, like one in the chamber style. Like, that's how I play GameStop. That's not DRS.
Yeah.
And like, usually it's pretty fucking boring, but I gotta say I did pretty good this week. You know what I'm saying?
I do have since I did make some money on AMC, I did actually buy a few more calls. Just
Nice.
I was talking to my lawyer friend actually, and I was just kind of like, because he's actually going to be a judge, and
Oh shit.
he's has an internship with the Supreme Court and stuff, like the state Supreme
Like,
Court. And
like judges get voted in, right?
yeah, and so I was like, I mentioned the judge, and he knew who the judge was because anyway, for whatever reason.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, oh yeah, like they're not gonna put up with that like kind of like stuff. And I was like, oh man, well if they don't do the conversion, like those AMC shares might be squeezing, so that's worth a little bit of gambling money. So
Yeah. Dude, I mean, I make a killing off AMC calls. Like, shit. Like, dude, that fucking the grease is real. You know what I mean? Like, there's no doubt in that at all. But I don't know, man. Like, it's just like I feel like there's a lot of real good DD in Supersonic. Like, their DD library is just amazing. Even though I've been banned from there.
I agree with you. The library is amazing. I've been less than impressed with the content recently. It's just purple circles and tinfoil and DD that doesn't. It's just like, for me anyway. With GameStop, the DD is done. Everybody knows what's happened.
Oh yeah, it was done before DFB went quiet. Yeah.
It's the DD is done, and no one's selling, and I think at this point it's just going to be we're just waiting for that powder keg to explode, and I think GME is what brought a lot of people into Bed Bath and Beyond.
Oh yeah, that's where I come from. Like, dude, I bought my first, like, I lost my ass in baby options, and then like Super Stomp banned me, and I was like, man, fuck y'all, I'll turn my recurring buys off my baby. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally how I found PP Show. I got banned from the baby sub the same day. Like, as embarrassing as it is, like, I've always been looking at it, though, and I've always known it was a good buy. It was just when I was like, oh, there's only one thing. Like, then, like, I was like, holy shit, Super Stonk is so compromised. Like, the sudden realization of me living in that fucking echo chamber was just like, whoa. Like, holy shit, my ex was right.
I think I was just gonna say, I think it's just what disappointed me with Super Stonk was I think initially with Super Stonk there was some level of openness to the Bed Bath and Beyond play, but ever since August, when RC sold, they were just like, he's out. We're gonna, we're censoring all and removing all conversation relative to like Bed Bath and Beyond in the subreddit. And from once that decision was made, the mods stopped taking into account any new information. And as recently as a couple of weeks ago, like Platinum, who I've really appreciated Platinum. I think Platinum Sparkles has done some really cool things inside the Super Stonk community, working with like Dave Lauer at We the Investors.
I actually agree with that, by the way. Like, I appreciate the We the Investors part, and I watched an interview and she's talking to she's
done some
Gary
very
Gensler.
valuable work.
So go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just saying she's done some incredibly valuable work. And I've we actually had a brief interaction on Reddit together, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, I just talked with Platinum right after she talked with Gary Gensler, like it was on that day, and to see how well and how well informed they can be, and how high quality work they can submit in that area, and then I feel like if you're going to shill against something and you are a community, you're a prominent member of a community like that, and you're going to, associate your name with saying like, hey, what I'm doing over here, everything is good. You should DRS GME and only do that. It's the only real play. And then go over here and say like, oh, that's definitely going to zero, and I'm a subject matter expert on that. Like, once you put your name, you associate your name with that position, you should really know what you're talking about. And then when it became apparent, like, in some of her conversations in these spaces, that she just isn't, I'm not saying she's stupid, but she was clearly ignorant of, recently made available information. And it's just like, oh man, like I still like you, Platinum Sparkles, but I'm disappointed in you in like the choice that you made to associate what you had a good brand over here, you were doing good work over here,
Yeah.
and I valued what you've done over here, but now I have to, you've done something bad over here, so I've got to factor that into my total analysis of how I value you as a internet personality, right?
And I think like that's a bigger person would be like, look, I like GameStop. I don't see value. Like I haven't put time into figuring out Bed Bath and Beyond, and I don't yet see value in like motivating me to put there, and I don't want to put my face behind it, like my endorsement or anything. I don't know. I like, that's fine. Like anyone can say like, I don't see value in putting time into something, into figuring it out. But like you said, to like have an opinion about it without putting the time in, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, and and kind of reflecting on it, like I remember, I appreciate the fact that we had those conversations with Gary Gensler and with, I think the CEO of ComputerShare was on one of the calls that they had with We the Investors, and just sort of that partnership with Dave Lauer, who I've got a lot of respect for. I think he's probably the biggest advocate that we have that came from the machine itself. Like the guy literally worked at Citadel and built high frequency trading algorithms, and now he's exposing what they're doing, and is building Irvin Finance, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with his trading platform and exchange when that becomes available. But one thing, as I reflect on it, that I was disappointed in those engagements with Dave Lauer, Platinum Sparkles, some others, the CEO of ComputerShare, is they kind of addressed individual topics like, hey, like let's talk about failure to delivers for a second. Hey, let's talk about DRS. Like, hey, let's talk about T+2 settlement. But I've never seen in a serious forum with serious people someone lay out the whole, like the big picture of it. It's just like by allowing naked short selling through a variety of mechanisms, the easiest of which I'm able to understand is if I'm a broker or if I'm a hedge fund, I'm able to work with a counterparty, like the DTCC or a brokerage house, and say, hey, do you have reasonable belief that you could locate a share if you have to? And they say, yeah, sure, bro, I got you, no problem. And then that facilitates the short sale that doesn't have to be delivered for 2 days. And then it just goes, and if it's not delivered, then it just goes on a report for FTDs. And then that doesn't really seem to matter for at least 28 days. And then it kind of sort of matters, right? So it's like,
does it though? Like, yeah.
I didn't say it matters. I said it kind of sort of matters. Like it goes on
Right,
a different,
exactly.
it goes on a different report, right? It goes on a different, so it's like, so you've got like this mechanism for being able to obfuscate and inflate supply. You've got mechanisms to be able to just credit assets into people's accounts without having to make delivery. You're seemingly able to make delivery never or whenever you want. And then if that position ends up looking bad on your balance sheets, you can simply take that position, bundle it up into a swap basket, and take your liabilities, exchange it with someone else's asset, and ship your liabilities overseas. And it's
Brazil.
Like
I say Brazil.
Well, Brazil, anywhere. The Brazil swaps, we know about that. But it's just like the whole big picture of like, okay, so you allow for the obfuscation and inflation of supply. You don't enforce delivery. And like, does no one see a problem with this? Like, and then there's a baked in incentive to just have companies go bankrupt so you can have those shares stay on your books forever and sit on 100% unrealized capital gains to be used as collateral to do it again. Like that is, I mean, that's case closed. So far as I'm concerned. It's crazy. So I'm disappointed that whole narrative has never been brought up in a serious forum with serious people.
The poorest is who has a problem with it. And like now that like RC and people are like kind of taking notice, it's like, now it's kind of like, oh shit, a billionaire cares? What the fuck? Why? And, it's just nice to have him on. I know that like a lot of people bash the shit out of him, but like, I don't know, man. I feel like RC is just awfully good. He's the white knight, man.
I mean,
I don't need him to save me and baby either. Like, I think that my baby shares are worth like $5 a pop without them like buying BuyBuy, baby.
Yeah.
Just saying.
$5. Those are
$5.
rookie numbers.
Well, yeah, no, actually, I mean, I agree.
Right.
Without RC, I would say $7. I was like 7 or heaven.
Oh,
right?
without,
You know,
okay.
but it's
I was just lowballing, you know what I mean?
we're
Like, I
going
always kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I try to keep it real.
Yeah, I think the absolute lowest is that 670 number. I think we're going to see that come back around with the warrants conversion. I think it's $6.70, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
What?
I think I calculated those warrants that like were in March, and I feel like they came out to like $2 or something. Yeah, but also we did make it back into the bullish channel, by the way, everybody. So, but to add to your thought, actually, real quick on the all the CDOs and all that crazy stuff, like I just wonder if like it's like hot potato, like they just like they do a bunch of weird stuff and then like put it all into one bank and then watch it blow up, and then like they know it's going to blow up, right? And then like you said, then even more that it blows up and then a bigger bank can buy it and get all the nulls and get like, you know, all these assets like for pennies on the dollar. And it's like, wait, like how many times have they done this, you know? Like,
Yeah.
and I think that that's why Ryan Cohen, you know, is taking this so seriously, is I think that it's like, you know, this could literally take down our country if we don't get this under control. I mean, this is an infection
Yeah.
that will literally kill our country.
If it hasn't already with Peruvian dollar milkshake theory, like shit, like it could very well be underway. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I mean, I think like it's like we don't typically recognize something until it's like really a problem. I mean, I remember one guy came into the ER when I was in med school, and he's like, yeah, my vision like has been getting more and more narrow, and he's like, now I can just kind of see through like a pinhole, and I'm like, when did this start? And he's like, I don't know, like 9 months ago, and it's like, why did you wait so long, bro? Like.
Was a parasite eating his eyeball? Like, what the fuck?
No, it's yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, it's something that they could have treated if you would have came in right when it started happening.
Definitely
like,
preventable. Yeah.
Yeah, but people, it's like, I can still go to work. Like I got, you know, bills to pay. I can't afford to like go to the doctor or whatever. And it's like, no, like you.
When my senses are at risk, I'm pretty quick about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, vision and dental, like, you know, it's life sucks, but shit, I'd hate to think what it's like without it. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, people don't take seriously like how, like when they can't sleep at night, what that means, right?
People are saying that was clearly infectious because now Michael's wearing an eye patch.
That's funny.
Shit.
The chat is good. Also, before I forget, I was going to zoom down on the chat, but someone brought up the IEP dip down today. So
yeah,
speaking
let's talk
of,
about
that was
speaking of call options, not financial advice, but you know, I'm sad I didn't notice IEP dip today because I was busy, but I definitely would have bought some call options. So great.
So another thing I think is really interesting from that dip is that there was apparently a one-time loss of like $100 million. I'm not going to get into the number, but there was a one-time loss that they had to report in this quarter that was pretty significant. That you know, made their business performance look worse than they said it actually was, and also they chose to reduce their dividend, which I think a reasonable person was expecting. They were paying $2 a quarter, $8 a year on a $32 stock. That's pretty incredible. What's that? Like a 30% APR when the risk-free rate of return through Treasury notes is at 5%. So that's pretty crazy. So they reduced the dividend, but I think the most interesting thing in that, they said they did it to reduce there was some conflicting information provided in their earnings call statement because their earnings call was actually today. Yeah, and someone in the chat is referencing Carl's letter to shareholders today is very promising, but I found something I thought was kind of contradictory and want to talk about it. And it was that they said they were going to reduce the dividend in order to safeguard the company's cash position. Mm-hmm. But also, Carl Icahn is reserving the right, or mentioned that he is considering taking some level of cash distributions from his shares. Remember, he owns 330 million of the 368 or 370 million shares that are available. And I thought that was kind of interesting because it's conflicting information. It's like, oh, okay, you're reducing the dividend to safeguard your cash, but then the largest shareholder is going to start taking a cash distribution in order to, like, why would he do it? And it got me thinking, like, part of how he structured his credit, that credit agreement by collateralizing 330 million shares is he did it to become liquid, to make a move in some capacity. Is it Bed Bath and Beyond? I think we all think so. But so he became liquid there, and the terms by which he became liquid was that he pledged those shares of stock as collateral, but he cannot be margin called based on the value of the share price of his units of stock. He can be margin called based off of the cumulative asset value of all of the companies and assets that are holdings within his company. So he really safeguarded himself very well and became highly liquid prior to prior to this happening. So he probably read into the fact that, yeah, his stock is probably going to get shorted, and he took this advantageous liquid position prior to this happening. And he's on the record now basically saying, like, I don't know if he's saying this, but people familiar with the matter are saying that, he's going to teach these short sellers a lesson that they won't forget. If IEP is indeed oversold short, and Carl Icahn is going to start receiving cash dividends, there's a lot of shares sold short out there that don't exist, and those, anyone who they sold those shares to, potentially Carl, I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting that could drastically increase the expense of issuing a dividend on that stock if Carl Icahn says instead of getting what's that, like a tenth of a share per share as a dividend, and adding to his position in the collateral bank, instead of just increasing his share position by reinvesting dividends, he's just taking cash and making short sellers pay him as just kind of a fuck you to those guys. I thought it was kind of interesting because it's contradictory within the statement that he made, that they're reducing the dividend to safeguard their cash, while simultaneously their largest shareholder owns 90% of the company is going to start taking cash dividends. Like, why is there a disconnect between the company's the company directive and the largest shareholder's position?
I mean,
fuck if I know.
One thought is like, so I like the Maverick of Wall Street, and he was talking about like the difference between like share buybacks and a dividend and which one's better. And so I don't know. I mean, like if he was lowering the dividend, but going to kind of supplement that possibly with future share buybacks, that would also kind of mess with the shorts pretty hard.
Yeah. Because he would not have to buy back much stock to, it's pretty interesting to see what's happening over there.
Yeah, but I do think someone else was like, I saw a Reddit post where they were correlating the movements of IEP and Bed Bath and Beyond, and I mean, it would make sense,
Dude, it's like these short sellers got people watching they ass from every angle, bro. I could not imagine that straight. We are living rent free in that head, believe that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, like it's been like fucking 3 years now. Could you imagine? I don't know. Man, I don't know. I just want to get on here and say that I appreciate what you're doing, and
thanks, man.
like I think it's awesome. It's a place for us to come hang out, even when PP takes night off.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm a little too ADHD. I've been sorry if I was just blanking out. I was like trying to like follow the chat, but also like
I'm not even looking at chat since I hopped on. I'm sure they fucking ate me alive, dude.
Actually, a few people were like, "Oh, I love Gucci Greg." So
I love everybody too, man. I'm a fucking hippie, bro. Straight up. We're gonna manifest this shit. I'm with Tenfold Guru 100%, bro.
Heck yeah.
PTSD all the way, bro.
Greg's got it.
Yeah. So yeah, I love y'all. I'll let you go, man. I'm gonna keep watching. I'll be here.
Thanks for
Keep
stopping
doing
by.
it.
All right.
Yeah.
See you, Gucci. What a character. Love that guy.
Yeah, he is awesome. I did actually talk to Zen Guru the other day. He ended up hitting me up, and we had a really good conversation.
Michael, did you have a chance to look into any of do you have any takes on the IEP stuff from today?
No, I mean, I was literally all day. Like, I was actually kind of like hesitant to start streaming just because I was like, man, I feel like I haven't, the last almost 48 hours, I haven't really been doing much DD of anything. So I'm really grateful that you came on and you're, seem on top of your game right now. So
yeah, some people very close to me have a large position in IEP, and I think they found out about it from me in a conversation that we had at some point in the past. And
yeah,
I woke up this morning to see IEP had taken a 35% dip. So I was just like, oh shit, I know I'm going to get a call from these people that ask me what's going on. I don't want to not know. So I took a look at the filings and listened to the earnings call and stuff. And yeah, pretty interesting stuff. And I'm really bullish on IEP. I think one of the biggest reasons I'm bullish on it is because a lot of his holdings are just U.S. companies, a lot of domestic manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, automotive, home goods, and we've talked about this before, Michael, but from a macroeconomic standpoint, with a weakening U.S. dollar, imports become more expensive, and therefore locally manufactured goods become more attractive. And that's really where Carl has a lot of his capital allocated is into U.S. manufactured goods and services. So it's a more attractive market for the products that he is the manufacturer of. And I think we all see a lot of incentives for him to get involved with BuyBuy Baby or BuyBuy Baby, Bed Bath and Beyond, and be able to connect with the consumers in an entirely vertically integrated way, from West Point Homes, from Newell Brands, from Graco, from those manufacturing facilities through the warehouses directly to the consumer through brick and mortar and e-commerce.
Yeah, I mean, also, I was thinking something that the short hedge funds would never forget is like the play that they wouldn't expect is if he bought Bed Bath and Beyond, it would just seem like, a bad purchase, I guess, in a lot of people's eyes. But like, there's a lot of people here that if Carl Icahn came in and bought Bed Bath, they would take a lot of their gains and just shove it into IEP, like, and just squeeze every last short share.
Yeah, there's clear. I don't think there's an argument that I don't think there's a valid argument against there being a clear economic incentive for, call it a white knight,
Yeah.
whatever, but like a white knight to come in and do something with this corporation, because there's, you've got the Knowles, but the most valuable asset is, the community behind it and the sheer volume of shares sold short that don't exist. So if you can just have this corporate entity persist and figure out a way to do sustainable, profitable business operations within it, like, we'll see something, we won't be trading for 30, 40, 50 cents anymore. It'll be a totally different animal.
Yeah. And one thing I was thinking, the only one that comes to my mind is that he has like Sharpie was one of his that at least stood out to me. But I was like, I wonder if he has Tupperware actually as one of his holdings. I don't know if he does, but even if he doesn't, it would like seem kind of likely that a lot of the other companies he has are in a similar situation. And so who knows which one kind of will blow up. I don't know if anyone was following Tupperware and actually got in on that play. That was, that's kind of mind blowing. That'd have been great.
No, I haven't even looked at it. I don't want to see what I've missed out on, but give me just a second.
You're good. Man, there's a lot of love in there for Gucci Greg. So if anyone else wants to join us, I guess the chat isn't quite as brutal. I don't have as many haters yet. Actually, I was many haters last time, which is interesting that I streamed.
The most haters I've seen anywhere was the thank you, babe, was the court case that was live streamed like earlier this week or sometime last week, and they were like,
Oh yeah.
they were like linking, they were like shills were like posting hyperlinks to the SEC like report. Some they were saying report PP for market manipulation. It's just like, guys, get a freaking life. But honestly, kind of circle back to the conversation we were having earlier today, where I believe someone was asking about like, hey, do you think like a lot of people sold already? And I was just like, I don't think so. I think a lot of us are still here. But I think a lot of the shills may have been people that, maybe bought for, 10, 20, $30 last year and sold for a loss and are just angry that there's some people that still have hope in their life, still have hope and some conviction in there being a positive outcome here, because they already lost and they'll only feel like a winner if other people lose more than they did. And that's a common psychology, right? Like I might be a loser, but you're a bigger loser.
Yeah. And so actually something called like a reaction formation, which is like you pretend to hate something that you actually like, because you think it looks bad to like it, but you like it. Like it's like they want to be part of it, but they don't have the balls to do it. And
I'll tell you what, it takes balls to be in this play.
it really does.
It really does. Like it takes balls, it takes sacrifice, and I feel good about it because I choose to feel good about it. But like the objective reality is that like not, I would say, I'm just pulling a number out of my ass, but 99% of investors are down on this stock right now, right? Like nobody's got a lower. I mean, very few people.
I mean, I do actually.
Well, hey, no, but good for you. But like, there's people that have been here for a very long time and have been, chewing tinfoil for all this time, and it really hurts to see a portfolio down. Yeah, at one point I was down like 98% on my positions, right? Like it's just like, what am I going to do about it, right? Like, and I just like, well, I was like, being an amateur poker player, if I want to call myself that, but I know how to play poker. I enjoy playing the game and lose money at casinos sometimes, but I have a vague understanding of how pot odds work from having watched the World Series of Poker after school, when I was a kid. And it's just like I just knew for myself the right decision was none of the, like, my original thesis has not yet been invalidated. Therefore, the mathematically correct thing for me to do is to spend X amount of dollars on shares, because every dollar that I spend represents $20 of purchasing power that I had last year, right? Like I just have to do it. So
that actually that actually reminds me, you're talking about like the thesis not being invalidated. Not like I'm way into TA or anything, but like it's interesting that like if you actually look at each, like basically like there's like a general thesis, which is like it's going in a certain direction, and it's like weird because you see like these lines.
What's this
like,
time frame, Michael?
Like this is back, let's see, April is like right here.
Okay.
So, but if you like actually correlate each one, like, so what I kind of find like psychologically, like looking at it from just a psychology standpoint, is that there's like a general thesis, and it goes within there's a trend, associated with that thesis, like a direction, and each one of the low points is where something gets challenged, right? So if you think about like what happened on like June 14th or June 22nd, where there's lots of FUD out, and so it's like it's being challenged, but then we got like, okay, then there's some positive insight, and then right now it's like, okay, like all this FUD that happened, but normally like if it
that's
breaks
consolidation right there.
Yeah, it's consolidation instead of it like breaking the trend and saying like, oh, the thesis is dead. If the thesis is dead, it usually drops, like 20 or 30%. And so it's just like it dropped, but then it recovered. And even if you zoom in this the very bottom of here, it did a higher low, right? So there's like something like a double bottom, right? And actually in after hours, this did make it to the line, so that actually
I'm loving the chat right now. Someone's saying, you Michael. And every move Bed Bath & Beyond has made sense, and purchasing power right now is through the roof. Right on, guys.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think that like this was like so. Even though I didn't have time to read a lot today and yesterday, I just like pulled up the chart and it was like, well, apparently all the people involved buying and selling, the consensus is that it has returned to the thesis, this thesis represented by this trend line, and so just like it's like I don't know if anyone else does this way because like I'm definitely an atypical, I guess, just person in general. Um, but so I it was interesting that I had kind of my thoughts about AMC and oh
Holy
gosh
shit.
dang, oops. Um,
Can't wait for
so
Bed Bath & Beyond to look like that right there in the middle.
well, so but that's the thing, like, and this is why, like, I know a lot of people don't like, TA because like there's lots of like you could think that like it's controlled by algorithms or you could by different things, but for me I feel and that in large part even the algos are controlled by psychology. And so you had a thesis right here, and that like I actually made two channels. I made the channel a little bit wider, so like there's like the red channel, which I'm not sure if that would be the top or whether it'd be the blue channel, so I just made two channels and each one has like a midline. And so if it's in the top, that means like the thesis is very confident. If it's in the bottom, and so you get like this like excitement, then it gets challenged, and then like it goes down here, and people really have to decide whether they believe the thesis. And then right here, when it broke, it broke, but it did kind of the similar thing as Bed Bath and Beyond did just recently. Is it has like a little kind of double bottom, or I guess you could say, I guess it's inverted head and shoulders. If I mean, it's a really small one. I guess if someone's into that, oh well. And so it didn't do the 20% drop off, and then it came back in, and as soon as it came back in, then it just shot straight up, right? And so for me, I bought the call options like over here, or no, actually, I think might have been here. So I bought the call options right here, and I was like, okay, well, there's this channel and whatnot, this thesis, and I don't know. I wasn't really hoping that much. I mean, part of my thesis was like the cost to borrow is high, and I can't imagine the judge like letting the because like it's super crooked. Like there's like it's super messed up, and even though everyone was saying it was going to go through, and so then it goes up. I sadly I couldn't actually, did I? Oh no, this is $6. Yeah, so I did get out, I guess, right here ish, most
Let's
of it.
go, Michael.
But and I didn't even realize this that I'd drawn this because I didn't go back and look at it that much, but I'd drawn this line. There was like a sort of another trend forming inside the trend. So I like this I was matching this peak with this peak.
A little bit of trendception.
Yeah, and then like I drew this like when it was like here, and then like it literally pointed right to where it went off, and and that was when the judge was like, no, like as is, I'm not doing the conversion. And so now it's like it's interesting that it keeps hitting these different lines. It's like it came down, boom, hit that one, then goes up to this one. I was like, well, that's interesting because I drew these all the way back here, and it's still like interacting with these lines. And so you see like, okay, a little bit more confident, a little more confident in the thesis. And so just comparing that now, we'll go back to what really matters. I mean, it really is the same.
I'm not a big fan of the sticky floor stock, but I'm glad when people can swing trade it and make a couple bucks.
Yeah, and I definitely did not. I mean, I literally have like a half of a
Yeah.
percent of my portfolio in AMC, so it's
Sure,
definitely not definitely. But just as far as like these lines, and then you can kind of see that same pattern. It's like that same, it going out of this trend and coming back in. I mean, like I just think at some point, I don't know if it's the docket 1804. I have no idea what it's going to be, but it being able to come back into this trend, this thesis, like has to have some sort of big effect. Like I just feel like it does, and when it does, it will jump, probably at least as high, similar kind of movement where it doubles or whatnot,
Sure,
as
yeah.
it did with AMC.
One
So,
thing that I know, thanks for sharing that, Michael.
hey, no problem.
One thing I know nothing about and would love to learn more about, and if anybody in the chat knows and would like to hop in and educate us, I'm sure Michael will be okay with it. But I understand how options work, like through the Nasdaq and through the NYSE. But one thing I know nothing about is how continued short selling is made possible and like OTC. Is it just like all people writing private contracts with each other, like one institution saying like, "Hey, I want to short 1 million shares of BBBYQ," and then they just basically create their own unregulated swap contract on it and create their own derivative?
I think like basically there's just like, I don't know if there's Aladdin software or whatever, but basically it just like it has all these indicators it looks for, and it just kind of assesses a certain amount of risk. Like what's the risk of trying to find a share, and it has like whatever it factors into that, and then so it just like will say, okay, we'll lend out shares this many shares. That's why like the number of shares available to borrow always changes, and it's like, okay, well now we're at 0 shares, and then it's like, well the cost to borrow goes up, but somehow now there's shares again. And it's like, how does that even work?
Okay,
And
yeah,
so I
I
think they're
do.
just, it's like they just are accepting a certain amount of risk, and the risk of just having to pay up. And so I don't think that like really like the shares like exist at all, which is why like I'm skeptical about, you know, how much can go on behind closed doors is, but the thing is, I don't think that they can calculate the amount of risk of like crazy people like us buying and holding,
Yeah,
right?
that's the algo breaker.
I mean, when you have someone who's got like 3.5 million shares, and then you can like try and bust a bunch of people's stop losses, and they don't even flinch. They're like, I'm going to buy the dip. What the crap?
Yeah,
Like,
the level of collective insanity that just this whole collapsing world order has all of us living in. It's just like it's nuts. Like it's not something that they've planned for sure. One thing that's really blown my mind, being like a listener of the PP show, just an active participant of this community for the past year, is how many. There's just so many people that have so many fucking shares. Like it's unbelievable. It's crazy to
yeah.
hear. Like it's like just normal freaking people having 10,000,
And it's
20,000,
not that they got this
50,000.
money in some weird way, right? Like, I don't know what Sun Devil does for a living, but I know he's a very smart person, and like, he's made his money somehow. Like, I mean, you have people like Ross Brown, right? I mean, man, he really knew his crap. He was going through like the whole thesis of Bed Bath and Beyond, and like, oh yeah, this and that. And he's got, a lot of money worth of, 600,000 shares or whatever he has, you know.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And there's been people that have been like 1 or 2 time call-in like guests of the PP show, like saying like, "Oh yeah, I'm at 1.5 million shares," and it's like, who the hell is this guy? It's just like someone that shows up once and be like, and do they really? Who knows? But it's totally realistic, like because
Yeah.
you can buy them inside of a retirement account. Like if you started work, had a good job, early 20s, all of a sudden you're in your mid 40s, you've got $1 million in your 401k, and you've got a brokerage link set up. Like there's a lot of those guys out there,
Yeah.
and it doesn't take that much, and all they have to do is find the community, find the bull thesis, and be like, what, like I can afford for my retirement account to go from $1 million down to 900,000 on the on the potential of this going from 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents a share up to $80.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is just an incredible opportunity. I think we feel really good about it, all for our own individual reasons. But I'm really grateful for this community. First and foremost, it's I don't know that I would have had the strength to hold if I didn't get as much entertainment value out as I do out of seeing the memes, seeing the tinfoil, seeing the DD, having people break down the dockets for me, because something I'm just not going to do. Like, I really like tuning into the PP show and have people narrate the dockets to me, because someone earlier in the chat today was like, "Hey, can we break down docket 1807 or whatever?" I'm just thinking to myself, like, you guys don't want me doing that for you. Like, I'm not going to narrate 130. I don't have the skill set, you know, I don't have the level of interest to read a 140-page docket and think critically the whole time. And, you know, exercise like that. You know, I'd rather drink my scotch than like have a reading comprehension exam, you know, live on stream with 100 some odd people. But I'm really grateful that there's people here that are willing to do that and like scan through thousands of pages of documents a week and highlight the relevant paragraphs and catalyze and start those discussions about what does it mean? We don't know, but we want more. And that gives me the strength that I need to be able to hold on and buy more, lower my cost basis. And, you know, for me anyway, the reason I bought has not yet been invalidated. I still think Ryan Cohen is in. I think he's got partners. I think they're involved with Sixth Street some capacity. I'm really looking forward to seeing the details of that incoming credit bid, and very much looking forward to seeing, you know, the you know, when Life Relationship has his day in court, and you know, we're hearing the judge, you know, narrate and talk to the opposing counsels about, you know, what do they think about naked short selling in the context of Bed Bath and Beyond. And I think like I said earlier, I think worst case scenario is that's a harmless exercise, and best case scenario, you know, Ryan Cohen jumps out, you know, just busts into the courtroom midway through the procedure and says, "Surprise!" You know, that's not going to happen. But who knows, man? It's a lot of fun to think and dream about.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that now that like once the distribution happens and they get rid of like that all the claims that are attached to Bed Bath and Beyond, I mean, I think at that point, I mean, if I was Ryan Cohen, I would probably want all that mess cleaned up before I jumped in, you know, because like especially if he's making it something big, like if anyone had any way they could try and make a claim on Teddy, you know, it's like, oh, well, I slipped on the floor in a Bed Bath and Beyond like 5 years ago and they never paid me and you owe me like $1 billion or whatever. It's like, you know, you want to just kind of close all those doors, in my opinion.
Sure, yeah. No, it definitely makes sense to shed as much of the unsecured liabilities as possible. And you know, I'm not as up to date as many other you know, top contributors are as to like the current state of the balance sheet, but I think we've dropped from like over $5 billion in liabilities all the way down to less than $1 billion. And like,
Yeah.
like for me, what really gets me excited is like the prospect of, let's say this, like, you know, if there has been a white, like, let's say the deal was done in January, and that's what
Yeah.
PitchBook alluded to, right? Like if the deal was done in January, work was being done on it, you know, potentially as early as a couple days after Ryan Cohen sold or a couple days before, right? Like he had to have a plan. So this has been in the works for a while. Excuse me. And the oh shit, I lost my train of thought. It'll come back. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're all good. You know, you're just saying, you know, if he was involved, if there's never a gap.
Yeah, thanks. So what I get really excited about is the prospect of like, let's say there's a white knight that realized early on that, oh shit, either the bondholders or the board isn't going to go with this, you know, activist takeover via acquisition of a majority equity share in the company. They're not going to go that route. We have to try a different direction. So we're going to sell out of it. We're going to sell them the amount of equity that we need to no longer be publicly associated with the company, and we're going to start accumulating bonds. And if we accumulate like during that period of time, bonds on different timescales were trading between like 2 cents and 30 cents on the dollar. So,
Yeah.
you know, if you timed your entries right into the bond position, like you could easily acquire bonds at an average cost of like 15 to 20 cents on the dollar. Let's call it 20 cents. If the number is 20 cents, and at the time I think there's $2.5 billion of bond debt was the total amount. But if you're able to get that at 20 cents on the dollar, you're talking about being $500 million all in to control $2.5 billion worth of debt. So now we find ourselves in a place where the remaining debt is only, you know, say $900 million of liabilities plus the bonds.
Well, actually,
But
no, it's just 900 million.
including
bonds.
the bonds.
I don't know, but they said it was 1.8 billion, and then they said that they sold everything, and then that pot that they had of money was 900 million. So that would mean it was 900 million total.
Okay, well, I'd be very interested to know like what the current value of bonds is. That is the long-term bond debt is, and then just sort of apply the assumption that it costs somebody 20 cents on the dollar to buy all of that debt. If that's the case, they have a very low cost of entry to be able to do a debt to equity swap. And you consider, like, let's say it's $500 million. I'm just pulling a number out of my ass, but if it's $500 million of current bond debt, and someone picked it up for 20 cents on the dollar, that means that they only paid $100 million for the cost of that bond. You factor that in, plus, if you had to pay off the rest of the debt, or at least you don't have to necessarily pay it off, but as you continue the business, you have to carry that debt on your books. But just the value of acquiring those nulls offsets your cost of buying the bonds, and you are left with the business infrastructure that you want, potentially the IP that could be clawed back or incorporated into another set of IP like Gmerica, Teddy, whatever it may be. And then you really have the desirable asset, which is business continuity with the prospect of future profits and a plethora, a mass of short sellers that have oversold the stock short, and those positions need to be hedged appropriately, closed out over a long time scale. Like that really gets me excited. But Sun Devil Rogue is here. Thanks for jumping in, man. Nice to have you here.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing great. Even better now that you're here.
Michael, I just wanted to jump in and say hi. I'm enjoying the stream. Wally Buck, I love your take on everything. Very well articulated.
Thanks so much.
Amen to that. He's been here longer, and also I don't know, the whole. Yeah, I'm impressed, Wally.
I'm just happy to be a part of this community. I mean, one day I joined your stream, Michael, and called into the PP show a couple times because it's just like I've been so invested in this for so long. Like I have not missed a single PP show. It's like my normal daily routine is sort of work, do chores, take care of what I have to take care of, wind down for the night. And I generally don't listen to the stream live, or I haven't in the past. I've kind of started doing it, but like I go to bed and listen to the PP show. It's 3 hours, and I catch about an hour of it before I drift off, and I've got about an hour commute to work, and I catch the rest of it on the way to work. And I've been doing that like every day for 6-9 months, whatever it is. And so it's just I get a lot out of this community, and I feel really fortunate just reading some positive feedback in the chat and hearing the kind words from you, Sun Devil Rogue. It's I'm just proud to be a contributor to the community now.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, Wally. Been contributing, lurking, invested for a long time, like most of us have. So, I think there's a lot of interesting things going on. The life relationship stuff's very interesting. I think if you believe in the RC play and that 6th Street and a credit bid's coming, then I think, if it's good, hey, things will work out for us. And if it's bad, and we trust in that thesis, then the top end M&A guys, those lawyers will handle it. So one way or the other, I think everybody just needs to take a deep breath, let the sands run through the hourglass, and all will be revealed eventually.
Amen. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, amen. The one thing that's so hard to remember, but is nevertheless so true, is that with a play like this, time is truly on our side. And it's for one way or the other. Like the last thing that any of us need to do, and this is not financial advice, but it's just really like market psychology, is the last thing that we need to do is rush into making a decision that isn't the best decision for any of us individually. Like we don't need to rush, because if we have the thesis of this thing is oversold short and we are looking at some sort of outcome, I'm not sure how it's going to be manufactured or engineered. Like, is it through, an ongoing concern or going concern type of thing? Is it a reverse merger? Like, I don't know what the corporate transaction or the positive liquidation mechanism that would be exercised, but like if this has been oversold short and there is a prospect of continued business operations, the very last thing that we need to do is like sell at the next spike to 42 cents. Like that. I didn't get in here to sell at 42 cents personally. It's this thing over a long period of time. The long investors have the advantage if the company is sound and it has a positive future. It's the short sellers that have to, they're the ones that are paying those cost to borrow fees, right? Like they're the ones that are sitting on unrealized gains while simultaneously having to maintain a real expense to hold on to those unrealized gains because it's sold short to the extent that it is. They don't have the option to realize those gains because as soon as they do, that starts to squeeze. So they're the ones that are trapped truly. And I don't know how this is all going to pan out. I'm just speaking from the perspective of a long investor on this. So
yeah, I mean, you hit it 100%. I mean, my old GME memories, I think Cuban did some sort of Ask Me Anything, and he said, hey, if you believe in the company, regardless of what the share price is, do business with the company, buy their shares, get with a reputable broker. And Michael, I'm happy you're doing that, by the way.
That was really funny. I was listening to the show a couple weeks back when you called Michael out on that. That was pretty great.
I love Michael 100%, but I'm going to give him 100% shit for being in Robinhood.
Hey, I deserve it.
Hey, nobody's perfect. We're all human.
That was hilarious.
I finally did get stuff shifted over. It's been kind of hassle. But
they don't make it easy. That's for damn sure.
Hey, and playing some of the AMC stuff. Okay, I don't always agree with that because of the CEO, but hey.
I'm not doing it because of the CEO. I'm doing it just because the thesis that was like the thesis that so there's a thesis of the people shorting it, which is that they were going to do a conversion and then that would let them off the hook. So it's like it was a conversion thesis. And so everyone's trying to get this like arbitrage thing where they're going to buy up a bunch of APE shares and either the APE shares were going to go up or they were going to like if you bought AMC and then you shorted it at like $6 or whatever, because it's kind of been going up and down. So say you shorted at like $6 and then you could cover your short with a $1.80 APE share. I mean, that's a great deal. Like that's a ton of money. And they already have the sell already in the bag. So I think that was the main thesis, is that everyone was trying to do that. And that's why they were willing to like borrow at 1,000%, because they're like literally any day now they're gonna do the conversion and we're gonna be able to like cover our shorts and get out of this. And that wasn't true, and it might not be true. And so for me, that's the reason I'm at least gambling a little bit on it, is because like I just think that the judge is a common sense person, kind of like Paplia, and they don't want to see companies be able to just like generate money in crooked ways like that. And so my whole thing with AMC is nothing to do. It's not a long-term hold, but it's nothing to do with CEO. It's just to do with the fact that the short thesis is wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're not long on the company. You're just making a volatility play.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're also an individual investor, and I respect that. And if you do your research and you win, great. You lose, I mean, that sucks. So the one thing for me is like he ran off. Hey, I'm going to buy Hycroft Mine. People were asking like, what do these people do for money, or how do they get this money? Well, I'm in mining. I'm in heavy civil. I've got a couple businesses that I've started over the years. I've actually been to that mine. I haven't had really a chance to talk about that, and it's you would need gold way higher for that mine to be profitable. So to me, that was another downside risk in my book, and it's right outside of Winnemucca, Nevada, in the middle of nowhere. It's right next to Burning Man of all places.
Oh,
but anyways, little tidbit there for you.
Okay, nice.
Well, hey, Sun Devil, while you're here, can you give us your take on this whole life relationship docket that came out yesterday? It's a interesting talking point. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Let me pull
Yeah,
in
and
IRJ real quick just to chill with us while you answer. So
yeah, and I heard Michael earlier say I think Life reached out to him, and then I think we heard on last night's PP show it sounded like Life reached out to the Discord or a select group of PP and his cohorts. You know, I'll say this: Life reached out to me directly at the 11th hour, and I posted some stuff in somebody's response. I don't know. I'm sure it got buried. You know, these people, anybody, myself included. Hey, you know, hey, I've got these shares. I mean, who's to say I'm not sus or some plan? I mean, I think we all should suspect. You know, everyone we should trust. If his docket or his claim is valid, great. If it helps us as shareholders, phenomenal, 100%. If there's something, you know, more shady about it, or there's an alternative motive behind it, well then, you know, that sucks. I mean, but I think all will be revealed down the road. But let me circle back. He contacted me directly at the 11th hour, and you know, which seemed odd to me because everyone sees, and as myself included, that, oh, what a great DD writer, he's so smart, you know. Let me get into this, but what struck me as odd is kind of, you know, at 11:59, hey, I need a signature at midnight, and that kind of went against the thesis set. Maybe it was a valid point, you know, if he was this high intellect, that it should have been planned or discussed maybe a little sooner. Now I'm not saying that's 100% shill. It was a red flag for me, and I think ABC said it best last night on the PP show. Hey, you know, it just wasn't his thing, and you know what, it wasn't my thing. And I think, you know, everybody I'm sure is living inside these subs, and every free minute they're sitting on the toilet, they're in the PP sub, they're in the BBBY sub, and they're like, what's going on, what's new, what's hot, right? It's kind of consumed us all. It's kind of consumed us all, probably greater than we would like in our lives. So
Amen.
What struck me as odd is that, you know, this thing's pinned in all these posts. There's posts about it like, oh, 100% savior. I'd like to just take a step back.
So had you read it before he asked you to sign it, or just like he just was like, hey, can you sign this?
He sent some screenshots. I can't send this on Reddit. And I get a lot of, you know, with my position, I get a lot of direct messages. And so I'm really not into, hey, let me just link up with you direct and just open up all these conversations. I got a lot going on. So no disrespect to anybody that's DM me before. but I thought, okay, hey, it's coming from Life. Here I go, my first Reddit DM experience.
Yeah.
And so it struck me as odd. There was a few pages, I can't send it. Then some Google Docs got sent, and then it was like, hey, I just said, hey, I'm out of the office. This was a Friday, and then on Saturday get contacted again. So it's like, well, hey, do you know a New Jersey lawyer? Can you help? Will you sign it? Like, you know, so it was a follow up to after I kind of hit the pause button. So that, you know, hey, I'm an individual investor. I just said, you know what, I'm not signing anything that I don't have time to read through completely 100%. I skimmed it, or at least give to my lawyer. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. And sure. Yeah. So, I mean, and then you've got some posts out there. I mean, Realize, Edwin Barnes, SC, if I'm saying that correctly. I mean, they pointed out some stuff that seems a little off to them. Now, you know, I'm not discrediting Life. I'm not discrediting those guys, but I think we all should just take a step back. But the amount of posts and the volume just seemed off to me in terms of, you know, pro this, you know, movement. So I have to question everything.
No, I mean, I'm glad you got on here and share that, because I didn't know what to make of it. Actually, I mean, for me, my faith went to Judge Paplia, and that he would kind of common sense address it, and so I wasn't really too worried about it either way, but it did seem kind of weird. Because like I would have thought, that people would have been involved, more people would have been involved in the writing process, not like I'm some legal expert that would, want to be center of that. But yeah, I mean, so that's interesting.
Yeah. And I know this thing's moving at breakneck speed, and which I think is in our favor. But I go back to the clues, like Holly Etlin, hey, we're doing $5 billion. And it'll be somebody's story.
We're a $5 billion company,
right? And it'll be somebody's story to tell one day. And
Yeah.
that leads me to my logic tells me that that's the acquisition company's story to tell.
Yeah.
And so I have faith
Amen.
in the thesis, and I've invested in that thesis. Now, if the life docket, if they're on their game, they would have anticipated this. If life's in the shill camp, the good guys would have anticipated this. They're prepared for it. If it's a good thing, then maybe they help it out. I mean, so I'm kind of in that camp that I think things will work itself out.
Well, we'll see. Maybe life relationship. Actually, he just tuned in on the chat, so maybe he'll come on and explain, because
they're monitoring me.
They're.
I think I don't describe any sort of shillery in any direction. That's a really interesting perspective, Sundelver Rogue. I think one thing I mentioned earlier, I'll just kind of quickly paraphrase again, is that I just thought it was really interesting to see like some sentiment directly from Reddit reflected in the dockets. And I think for me personally, and I'm no legal expert, I've not read a single docket cover to cover. It's just not an area of expertise or a particular interest of mine. But I just think that I think that it would be very unlikely that if what we think if what we think will happen is happening, and there's been a collection of monsters like Ryan Cohen, Carl Icahn, Larry Chang, others that are really behind this play, that there's anything that someone, an individual investor can do by submitting their opinion to the court and presenting an argument that could potentially seriously derail it. Maybe a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2-month delays potentially. Like, I don't know, but like the previous point that I made, like I feel like time is on our side with this, just due to the nature of being a long investor. And I definitely got some entertainment value out of seeing some tinfoil logically outlined in a docket that's going to be addressed in court. So that's kind of my take, but I really appreciate your insights.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I think a lot of people were rightfully skeptical about me. Like, why did I suddenly jump in? And it's like, well, I mean, I saw the value, and then it's like, well, it was worth it to me to write DD, because it's like, well, I'm in this, and everyone, I don't know, it's better for everyone there's a lot to go through, So I mean, it is kind of like with life relationship, like, it is a lot of time to spend with the dockets. I mean, he goes through the dockets like.
He's really good. He's really good. All his posts have been great.
Amen.
But like, then there could be another reason, like, why is he following the dockets? Is just like, also his job? I don't know. I mean, it could go either way, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Life Relationship said he'll join on Monday. Caught your two video while having dinner. He says he's not monitoring or stalking Sun Devil.
10-4 life.
We do love the tinfoil.
Yeah, no, hey, I'm not saying he's stalking me. It seems odd at the last, and if his heart's in the right place, great. But there should be a little more than right at 11:59 when the clock's striking midnight. So and I'm sure he respects that, my opinion. And I mean, good luck. If he can join, or if he can even comment. I mean, if he's involved in this, I would assume attorneys would probably recommend not even, commenting on his situation currently. But hey, if he can, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, but if he does represent us, I mean, I like, I mean, I'm committed at this point enough to like fly out to court, but I mean, it is kind of like hard though, because it's like, well, would I feel like, I mean, I'd have to, luckily I do actually know someone, my friend that's a lawyer right now, he has a friend who does like securities law. So I mean, I would have to like connect with him and actually go through things to know. So I wasn't like just naively
yeah, I mean,
being a pawn in a game. I don't know.
I think if it's if the thesis I believe in, and if it's a negative overall, you'll see an injunctive motion to remove or have some sort of restraining order against it or get it tossed. And if it's great, hey, move forward and let's get paid either way. How about that?
Yeah, no, I think we're getting paid. I mean,
I'm sorry, Sun Devil. Can you explain to this legal smooth brain that I am? What do you mean if it doesn't go our way, you're considering filing an injunctive? Are you talking about like if
I never said that.
Okay, I please help me understand what you just said because I missed it.
I said if you believe in the thesis and 6th Street and the current Bobby lawyers, and if this is kind of a poison pill to give voting rights, you can do your own research, but you typically then the good guys, aka the white hat, should file injunctive motions to get that docket tossed.
Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
And that's the thing. Like I mean, maybe I'm naive that I don't really want voting rights. Like, I don't know. Like, it makes sense what they're.
Well, I mean, back to the dockets. They kind of set it up that way. Hey, we want to see who all the shareholders are over 4.5%. We're gonna, and there's language in there that says, we're gonna make everybody whole.
Mm-hmm. But right? I mean, I think being made whole, like, it has to do with like the actual. I mean, I have on one of the like that. Because they have a pool of money, right, from the liquidation, and it's like, do we want to be made whole from that pool of money, or do we want to continue with what is going on with the company?
But I think the company's fiduciary responsibility is to protect shareholders, even in Chapter 11.
Right.
So when I say make whole, I'm not just going to say they're going to pay us out. I mean, there's an order to it, but my thesis is that we'll have a debt equity offering. Bondholders will get some sort of equity offering, and everybody will, and hopefully it's an acquisition. And there's a lot of redacted documents. I personally think there's a deal done.
Yeah.
And not financial advice. So.
I mean, you would probably know this better than me. I mean, just like, is that I mean, I've been trying to learn a lot about Chapter 11 bankruptcies, but like that money that they've gotten from the liquidation, doesn't that just have to go to pay claims, not necessarily shareholders? Like, because there was like a 501, like on the list of different which category each one was like the 501 people that were like common shareholders that had claims, I don't know if that makes any sense, like to pay.
It does, but again, I'm not the subject matter expert in Chapter 11 business bankruptcy. So
yeah, just like reading through the docket, it was like, this is Chapter 11. We're restructuring. We didn't just like, close it. Like, we're actually winding down, which is a good sign. I mean, it actually says that in the plan, and so
right.
Which I think
the acquirer is going to want to get everything they can for the least amount of debt. And the other big thing is carry the nulls forward. Shareholders are protected. So
right.
I mean, I'm hanging a lot of my investment on that thesis alone. So
right.
Yeah, as am I. I think, and one thing just before you hopped on, something I'm really excited about is just the prospect of, and I think it was just as you joined, like. It makes total sense to me that somebody, a white hat, a white knight that's been in this for a year or so, potentially longer, would have had opportunities to buy bonds at a significant discount, carry those forward to today, and they have an opportunity to do a debt to equity conversion for pennies on the dollar, absolve the company of some or most of its debt, and preserve the Knowles, get the shares, and then they and now because they've done debt to equity, they become us as current equity holders, so we get to benefit from the real treasure here, which is potentially billions of shares sold short that don't exist, and that risk having to be managed over a multi-year timeline in a business that can show some continuity in front of it, some revenues, some growth markets, a path towards profitability, dividends. Shorts have to get out before that future is realized.
Yeah, well said. I mean, that could also be a jewel, just the short position moving forward. And even if BuyBuy Baby or Bed Bath and Beyond is acquired, there could be another step where Baby's carved out later. I mean, this could be. I mean, this could go on. This could go on for a while. And I love everything you just said. I think that was great comments.
Yeah, I think we've each done our own research and kind of come to a similar conclusion of like there is a significant incentive for someone to have this intellectual property, to leverage the infrastructure, to tap into a highly informed, highly passionate community of shareholders that we have to own a significant percentage of the company's stock. I mean, one thing I was mentioning earlier, just one thing that's really amazed me about the PP show over the months is, people like yourself, Sun Devil Rogue, but there's been a lot of other people with similar sized positions as you that have like just called in once or twice and never showed up again.
Yeah. Well, and I don't blame them. I mean, I've had people tell me you probably shouldn't be kind of putting yourself out there with that kind of position, but I've been investing for a long term. I kind of got involved, obviously, with GameStop. That was my inception, kind of into the meme stocks, if you were. I just hate that. I even hate that moniker. And then the more I read about Chewy and Ryan Cohen's humble beginnings, I mean, the more I fell in love with the man, the leader, and I'm all in on that guy.
Yeah, same here. I mean, what an opportunity forget about all the tinfoil, forget about the conspiracy and like this play in particular, but like I've kind of adopted the mentality of, Ryan and I are about the same age, and what he's accomplished in his life and my sort of take on him is really his goal, one of his professional goals that he really wants to realize is to compete with Amazon, and has a track record of doing it in the niche market of like the pet market. And I feel like, and maybe I'm reading into this too much, but I think he's even said this himself, is that's where he wants to compete against and win. So I just see it as an opportunity for myself. Like, I've got some shares in a brokerage account outside of retirement, but I've also got some retirement funds. Like, it just makes sense for a guy like me that's in the same generation as this guy to just trust him with some percentage of my capital, right? Because if he's able to achieve that goal, the upside there is massive, and that can I'm fortunate that I'm in, that I'm the age that I am, around the same age as Ryan, where it's like I have the benefit of time on my side, because whatever money is in these accounts, so long as I'm able to pay my bills and sustain my life and live comfortably and just do what I need to do, I have the benefit of being able to say, I don't care about volatility. I know why I bought what I bought, and it's to nip at the heels of the market share that Amazon currently has, and as time goes on, be able to compete and win and gobble up that market share and explore even new markets. And that's the Web3 angle, right? Which Amazon is not a player in. If that outcome manifests itself, I go from, where I am today to, a much better future. So I forget about all the tinfoil and whether it's GameStop or whether it's Bed Bath and Beyond, but just simply being able to identify an ethical business leader with the track record that this guy has, I think in and of itself is an incredible gem. And if Ryan gets into something else in a meaningful way, I'm going to figure that out too.
Yeah, Ryan would call that delayed gratification, Wally Buck.
That might as well be my middle name after being in the plays that I've been in for the time that I've been involved in them. So
you should get his children's books. There's some just
I've got them.
That's what I said. You just kind of explained in a nutshell the delayed gratification. So, and why not own several stocks?
I'm gonna be going through the Teddy books. I'll just like as much tinfoil as I can, like one book at a time. Nice. I'm getting home from a trip, so as soon as I get home, I'm gonna start with that.
Real quick, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
LRJ, you there? Sorry to take up some of your time, bro or gal. One of the reasons I'm so heavily weighted and the highest, in terms of my position in this play is I met a guy one day on the golf course. This is a good story. Hear me out. I met this guy at a charity golf tournament, and he looked kind of like Hunter S. Thompson. I think he was about 60. And I said, "Oh, what do you do?" He goes, "Well, I race Ferraris." I was like, "Oh, race Ferraris." And then my friend who put this foursome together later told me his dad owned a welding company in Kansas, and he was making a little bit of money. We all got a little scratch here or there as a business owner or as an individual you save, and he was looking how to grow his money, and he started to buy into a company, and they used to have annual shareholders meetings, and they would sit in lawn chairs, and I think he weighted a pretty good sizable investment. Well, anyways, that company turned out to be Berkshire Hathaway. Oh, wow. And they literally had lawn chairs in a circle, and Warren Buffett would give the annual review in the first couple of years. And so that guy's dad grew that investment into a family investment, made billions, in a nutshell. And several properties all over the world. He's still alive. I think he's in his mid 80s. Got a 120-acre estate in in the Caribbean, and I don't want to dox that family, but where I'm going with that is this guy. Well, I go over to the gentleman's race every year. These guys get together and race a stock 400 or 440 Ferrari, and somewhere in Italy every year. And then he bought a big house up in Scottsdale, shooting range, personal chef. His race team drives cars in from California to the west side of Phoenix. They train. He's got driver instructors. So, real quick, I mean, I've learned some of those lessons, and I'm reading the tea leaves from others, and I just translated that. That's why I've kind of weighted heavily into this play.
I mean, it makes sense. If anyone's going to build the next Berkshire Hathaway, it's definitely Ryan. I mean, you look at when
look at his tweets.
Yeah, and actually the
I
pirate
challenge
thing.
Warren Buffett to a thumb wrestling match.
Yeah. Warren. What is it? Warren Buffett by day or Warren Icahn by night?
Yeah.
I love Coke.
Yeah.
I think
Coke did a great reverse merger in 2016. You guys should read that. That's another good story.
Oh, really?
In 2016 or 1916?
No, 2016 with the bottling. It's
okay.
That's another good story, and you guys should also read the Coca-Cola Millionaires.
The Coca-Cola Millionaires DD is incredible.
It's great, isn't it?
It's amazing. It's inspiring, really. It inspires me to be like, why the hell? I guess it inspires me in the sense that just affirms my sentiment that time is on my side with this.
Well, that's why you're in the play. You just said it. I'm just going to live within my means and maybe build some of that generational wealth one day.
That's the dream.
That's the dream. Well, anyways, let's let your next guest get on. Michael, great stream. Wally Buck, pleasure. Plur hit it out of the park earlier. Gucci Greg.
We got a good community here.
To all my chat homies, we'll see you Monday. I'd like to see life on the PP Show Monday.
All right.
That'd be great.
All right. Good night. Good night, fellas.
Good night, man.
You too. Pleasure.
Good night, Sun Devil.
So what's up, IRJ?
Hey. No, just kind of jumping in here, say hi to everybody, and just kind of listening to everything going on. Don't have too much to add. Just kind of essentially checking things out and just people watching. Been around for a while. Chasing after Sundial and his crew this past Monday. I crossed over the 7-figure line, so
Oh, nice.
I got loaded
Oh, of
pretty good.
shares?
Yep.
Wow. That's legit.
That's so funny. I was just talking about there's been so many just people coming out of the woodwork that have never called in before anywhere and may not call in again. It's just like people are this is just such an incredible community of people that last year you were a whale if you had like 5,000-10,000 shares, and now it's just like someone's just like, oh yeah, I got there's so many people that have dozens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and even 1 million plus shares. I'd be very interested to see like what is retail's ownership equity stake in this ticker. It's got to be it has to be significant.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. I just said
So what caused you to buy more then?
Just flat out connecting the dots, and Ryan Cohen.
Yeah.
That the Bed Bath Beyond has been kind of on the radar with the whole stuff. Never jumped into it. So it was pretty much tied down, sadly, with AMC, but when loads of GameStop.
Yeah.
99.99% all DRS on there. Just because I figure
Amen.
I consider that like a retirement fund. Kind of like Bobby now, but it's put away up on the shelf. Nobody can get at it. For whatever happens to it, it's in my name. Whatever goes, it's there. Just kind of like stuffing away Berkshire Hathaway stock.
Yeah. And I mean, it makes sense, like the Berkshire Hathaway thing. Like it's also like you think about like the tactics, like if someone's young, it's like a bad time to make a lot of enemies because there's like a long time that they can get you back, whereas like, it's a good time to make friends. And not that everyone does that. I mean, I watched a documentary on like the Nikola the Motors company, and it's like he was young and just, I don't know what he thought was going to happen, but like, that guy didn't have a good track record. In fact, like anyone who actually looked into his track record, it wasn't good at all. Whereas, Ryan Cohen does already have a well-established track record. And I think he can do it,
Yep, but I think all this stuff, it's just the pieces falling together like a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle, and they're just too much. Even call it tinfoil that just happens to fall in line, or kind of like the old phrase, that no such thing as or too much of a coincidence.
Yeah.
Just step back. Just kind of see the bullet points. Things are here, there, stuff, maybe tinfoil, maybe fudge, shills, whatever. Kind of have something relating somewhere along the lines. And just kind of like watching the stars in a weekend in the evening. Just start playing with lines, connect the dots, see what you find.
What's the most recent dots that was really satisfying? I mean, for me, I really like the DACA 1804 with the fact that they're like, look, we're remodeling these leases in order to use them. I mean, that was really bullish to me. But like, what about you? What's like the most recent thing that kind of got you going?
Recent, too much stuff in my mind. Can't think back that far.
Or just the biggest thing, I guess. Maybe
I think what kind of is the biggest thing is when the FUD was the hardest. Me and the family, different stuff, all sorts down, just thinking, oh crap, got to wait, for it to turn out to be like a Hertz bounce play.
Yeah.
But as things have just been power shorted down, just watching things crap like other stocks, it just this seems artificial. It's just not natural. It's powered down too much. And then the whole thing with the media, just kind of like the Jim Cramer effect. You need to sell. You need to sell. Well, 2008, Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, they were telling you to buy then.
Yeah.
When you should have been selling.
Yeah.
And then back then, was it 99, 2000, old Enron? You need to be buying Enron, not selling. So it just the whole reverse psychology. They keep saying and bashing about it in the news. You need to sell Bed Bath Beyond. Well, why? You sure as hell didn't give a shit about my investment in the past. Now I need to save myself. Okay. Well, let's say that's true. Why would you be telling me that? Would just surely not the goodness of your heart. How does it benefit you?
Yeah.
Just trying to see the opposite angle. Okay, what you say may be true. Now, why are you telling me this? What's your motivation?
It's something I realized both you and Sun Devil, it's not you guys' first rodeo, right? You've seen, I don't know. And so that kind of is, I mean, I think your guys' perspective just has a lot of value because it's like, I mean, for me, I look back and I'm learning about 2008, I didn't really, I mean, I knew that the housing market was inflated. Actually, I remember thinking that was really odd. My dad was in construction. I was like, can they just keep buying houses for investment? I feel like that can't, that's not sustainable. That was, I suggested that back in like 2005. It seemed odd to me, um, but yeah, no, I mean, it's like for you and Sun Devil to be like, okay, well, who's going to be the next Berkshire Hathaway, and has the media ever, like what is their motive, right? Like if they're like, no one else is going to even read an article about Bed Bath and Beyond, right? So the only like people that would be reading it would be us, and we don't even read stuff off mainstream media. We read it off Reddit. So like they're putting all this effort into making articles that there's no audience for.
Yeah,
kind of
that, and I noticed that a lot of the articles you see pop up, trying to remember, was it Barron's, some other ones, Wall Street Journal, Benzinga, other ones. It just predominantly used for following stuff I used to Think or Swim from Ameritrade.
Yeah.
And it just seems like whatever in the day before or even multiple days, what'll read up on Reddit,
yeah,
will be recycled in bullshit news that'll drop when the algo happens to move.
Yeah.
And one thing I've noticed on that end is over time that the news, I'd say 90% of the time, the news is not moving the line that we see on the screens. I think the line was already set to move. It just programmed to move when they dropped the news. Just like there's no surprises. Somebody on the inside always knows. It's always set. It's like you see a lot of stuff in there, like on earnings plays. Someone's got big, stuff for calls or puts on something for a swing, usually the day before. So, or like SEC filings before earnings reports and other stuff. Someone knows on there the filing, it gets around. They make their, their insider bets, and then the line moves when they drop the news.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in the AMC in 2021, quite a bit back then with AMC and GameStop, there was quite a few news things in 2021 when it was hot that people matched up the timestamps. They screwed up. They dropped the news early, and
I remember that
before the line started to move. They just, I mean,
but
they don't have their shit straight.
For me, I kind of found like, I don't know, somewhat of a conspiracy where like, people will say things that like to me seem the opposite. Like don't try and time the market, and it's like, or, where they're like, I diversify your portfolio, which, okay, that's a good thing. But if you have a bunch of stocks, you can't really keep up all the DD on all the stocks. And so it starts to go down. And what are you going to do? You're going to Google like, what's happening in that. And then the first article comes up, oh, it's bad news. Like, it's like, oh, I better hurry and sell before it goes down even further. Right. And, they're taking advantage of the fact that people are like out working all day and they don't have time to be really doing so much DD on so many different companies, and they can scare them to panic sell. And then the panic sellers, then this more stop loss and all that. And, like you're saying, it was just pre-programmed. They like, they made it happen.
Yep. I think it's there for like pushing a lot of the, say they got like the day traders and institutions and other ones where, they can go buy algorithms that scan in the news. So in microseconds, when news drops, they buy long or they buy short. going on stuff where it's made to influence the high frequency trading.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I think the one kind of running the stuff markets, whether it's OTC or NASDAQ or the NYSE, I don't know, probably get persecuted for it. I think all the stuff's running through the Fed or the PPT.
Yeah.
Because I think somebody has got the big algo that's running it. But to balance the stuff in the markets, they need to match up. Well, they tell us, you know, for every buyer, there has to be a seller. And for every seller, there's got to be a buyer. I don't think so much of that. Because look at the stuff a lot you see on the market end. You'll see like on the NASDAQ or the NYSE, like SPX options at time or other stuff. You'll see an imbalance notice before they close of so much on the buy side or so much on the close. But yet you see the stuff order still's getting filled to going through. Okay, well, as the market maker said, you know, we're legally allowed to provide infinite liquidity. So when do you actually balance out those books and don't turn them into failure to delivers and then just put them, you know, in a whirlpool? They just keep going back and forth, back and forth.
I mean,
they're around forever.
The mafia, you know, they knew who they had to pay off. All you need is one insider. And then it's like, you know, especially if you're not saying, you know, people with government jobs are kind of idiots, but like, you know, some people in there might not be as qualified as they probably should be for the job they're doing. I mean, you just think about like everything that happened in 2008 and it's like, how did no one see this coming? Like, you know, watching The Big Short kind of made me angry where how like even whoever made the movie was trying to portray it as in like, oh, everyone is just kind of lazy or dumb. And then there was these like two heroes that try and, you know, Michael Burry and whatever, and they were trying to expose it. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't think that they're like it. I don't think it went that way. Like, I think there's a lot more. It goes a lot deeper than, you know, what they were suggesting. I don't think there was as much just, oops, I accidentally create like, you know, I don't know.
Yep.
Sun Devil. Oh, Sun Devil just said, you know, he thinks that the Coke, when Elon Musk said, I love Coke, it's about a reverse triangle merger, which that's kind of interesting. I think that like if there's rules against being able to talk about, you know, a stock, that they would create a language, and that's, you know, maybe the pirate thing, right? Because he had the when he took over a hostile takeover of Twitter, it was, you know, he put up a pirate emoji, and then so if Patty Woo, you know, is like has her pirate crew, that like, oh, that's what happening is there's a hostile takeover happening, and she's on the pirate side.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
I suppose kind of a thing like corporate raiders.
Oh,
Something I heard a while back. I remember there was talk about the comments describing like Carl Icahn in the past. Don't know everything on the guy, but a little bit, where they said that he was a pretty big corporate raider in his day. They would go through, you know, pick up the pieces and gut and run through companies and stuff. And maybe it's kind of like the second coming, next generation of that, with RC and some other younger ones coming involved, you know, the say the next generation, where in kind of, you know, the pirate thing where, you know, you're like the new age, the newest kids in the block, the raiders, and going through and you're doing stuff with, you know, the old guard used to do back in the day.
Amen to that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it makes sense though. Like, I'm waiting for Carl Icahn to be like, you know, oh yeah, by the way, I own all the rest of the bonds, you know, like technically the company's mine already. Like, I'm just waiting for that moment.
I am too. Well, hey, gentlemen, I've got to drop. It's pretty late here over on the East Coast, and it's been a long day at work. And Michael, thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you so much for coming and help me out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And IRJ, thanks for hopping on here in the 11th hour and sharing a little bit about your position, your sentiment. It's just really cool to, like, again, my favorite, one of my favorite things about being in this play is just being a member of this community, and that there's people like Michael, people like PP, and communities on Reddit where people are kind of working together to, there's way too much work here for any one person to do, to scan through all these dockets, get the insights, but everyone kind of plays their parts, all the way from just shit posting memes to breaking down a 400-page docket and highlighting a couple paragraphs. I'm proud to be here with you boys, but I'm going to sign off. Appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks
Good
everyone. And
speaking with you, Wally.
you
Good
too.
night.
And big shout out to the chat too. The chat's hilarious and does a great job guiding the conversation. So I'll catch you guys next week.
All right. Sounds good. See ya.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Good night.
I don't know if you had any other thoughts. Actually, one thing I did want to kind of talk about is just what the baby market is. Like why Ryan Cohen sees value in the baby market. I was going through LinkedIn. And also if you want to dip out whenever, that's cool. I was just, oops.
I'm just browsing the chat here and such.
Okay. So go ahead.
I think there's an incredible market there with stuff that's untapped where you really haven't had, say, on the baby side of stuff. I mean, yeah, you had BuyBuy Baby, some other brands and stuff. I'm not too familiar with that. I don't have any kids of my own, but noticed and seen some of the stuff around that there could be a big enhancement in there in the market appeal besides the market share in it. Where it comes more mainstream in the light with it as the publicity things would be getting, was, short squeeze, media hype and other stuff. It's just kind of like a bigger limelight was put on GameStop from, 2.5 years ago of the January 21 events and such, besides RC coming in and stuff in there. And where people that normally wouldn't have heard or thought much of GameStop, they kind of name recognition, remember it of stuff just from, being in the news, whether it's, the buy button getting taken away or other stuff, but just the name recognition of GameStop, it's kind of forever embedded in a way.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can build on that, that name has trust with it, which is, I think, especially in times like this where there's so many people that, we don't trust. It's like, we're not really sure who to trust. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, do you trust your government? Do you trust the CIA? Do you trust, like Wall Street, so, I mean, it makes sense that that's the foundation to build off of. So I mean, for me, I trust Patty Wu. She just, I mean, the fact that she's like on the ground level, going and visiting every store, and there's pictures of, actually, this is the experience. She had pictures of, her just like visiting each employee. And so it's like she knows exactly who she wants to work with and what needs to happen. And I think it's going to be amazing. And like her experience, right? She's every aspect that could go into babies. I mean, General Mills, I'm pretty sure they make baby food. You have Walmart. I mean, one thing that was interesting about I watched, they have slides for it's like a 2020. It was the investors presentation right before Ryan Cohen bought into Bed Bath & Beyond. And it was interesting because they talked about their board, and then they talked about each big company that those board members was bringing to the table, like because of their relationships. And that was like kind of an interesting thought. It was like, oh, like they'd been on previous boards before, and by them coming, like they still had those connections, like enough to where they're like in the investors presentation, they were like touting those as like, now we're connected with these brands, which was fascinating. And so Patty Wu is quite connected. I mean, she worked at Walmart for almost 2 years, vice president of merchandising operations, and vice president of strategy. Then Mattel, right? Vice president. GM of China growth team, right? That's kind of a big deal. And you know, Mattel's making a comeback, you know, the Barbie movie and all the things surrounding that. You have chief commercial officer of general at the Honest Company, you know, right? And so they sell all sorts of baby products that are all like supposed to be, you know, more wholesome. And then Baby Counter. Actually, didn't look in that one too, and that one yet. And then BuyBuy Baby. And so part of the experience, and it's all actually, I just realized it's kind of parallels just her, right? She's a successful businesswoman, right? And that, you know, in medical school, there was like more than half of my classmates were women. And it's interesting now to see, now that they're either coming out of residency or, you know, in residency, that a lot of them are having babies. And you know, when they post a picture, it's going to be like really nice baby clothes and all that, and really nice strollers. And so if you look at the data as far as like what percentage like over time, so here is back in the 60s, so it's like the age of when people are having babies, and so it's like definitely a lot lower. It's like keeps going up. And then you also compare that to that like how many girls are getting in higher education, right? So like certain fields of study, right? Like you have healthcare professionals and related programs, right? That's like 82% female, right? And those are the ones like out of the jobs that out of school you get paid the most. I mean, healthcare professionals is one of them, right? And so, and even business, right? You know, that's close to 50-50. So I think that there's going to be a market for basically very successful women that want the best, right? That one, they're having a baby later in life, and it's not that they're like just poor and, you know, just have to get some hand me down from whatever or just whatever's cheap. But like there is going to be a market and for, you know, successful women that want the best and want to know it's the best. And I think that market that they're going for is BuyBuy Baby. I don't know what if you have any thoughts about that. Or
I think the stuff could be running along the stuff too with this. Yeah, as you were saying, you know, a lot of people were having the families a little bit later, kind of like, you know, out of college and stuff, you know, doing work instead of having a family right away. Seems like more of them are to get established or say, you know, build themselves up in the career or get out of debt or stuff, you know, kind of work, get a hold of things in finances, house, you know, car, whatever, get all that stuff put together where they're kind of more stable or established and then having a family. But I think a lot is things are kind of coming along in the past some years since mid-teens after mid-teens, like say 2014, 15, 16, 17, around there.
yeah,
That I think towards 2020, it just seems like I think the population, we're starting to get like say the second coming of a baby boom, or say, you know, like the boomers, which I think is, you know, like the boomer generation after World War II and such. I don't remember exactly what the years were, like say 46 or so up to the 50s.
yeah,
But you know, the population grows more and stuff with it as the time as it increases. But I think we're kind of getting into another, as we already have with the millennials, Gen Xers, and the Gen Z, but a more say explosive growth up and coming with like a next baby boom generation, that there's going to be, well, especially how many people were having kids, you know, we were locked up with the lockdown stuff with COVID, is that getting the booming population of the newborn infants and the new families and stuff coming along, that it just kind of showed within 2020 how much a booming um, market opportunity that is. That was just really, I'm trying to think what the word would be, but just kind of untapped, where it just wasn't mainstream, just, flat out, like you had explicitly, just baby stores. I mean, you had, like Toys R Us back in the day for toys, and I think they had Babies R Us
Yeah.
for a little while and stuff. And well, BuyBuy Baby, obviously, with Bed Bath Beyond. Not sure, remember, in some of the other ones, but I think is instead of like a little side store spin-off, is just a marketability with that, to have it like in its own entity, where it's not working like under the wing of something else. It can just be its own.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. I mean, I'm actually curious what. So I didn't know, was BuyBuy Baby, or it was Babies R Us, was that in the same store as Toys R Us? Was it just like a two sides the same?
The few that I've been into, one of them, they had it where they remodeled the building and they put it kind of in store, like
Yeah.
a smaller venue thing in an existing one, an older building that they had leased. And then I've seen ones where a newer development, of course, this is like 20 years ago, has they built it on the side, just like sometimes you see some supermarkets in locations like at Costco, where they'll have like the liquor store stuff, but for local regulations, they can't have it in the building. So they put it like a side attachment, right next door on the end of the building.
Okay. Low tumbleweed 520 or 5200 says he has a 2-year-old and one in the oven, and his wife bought a $900 stroller that has shocks that are better than his car. I mean, maybe he can answer in the chat, like, also, is she, well, I don't know. I mean, like, I mean, I think that is the trend, that people, they're, like you were saying, there might be another generation of baby boomers, because maybe as like the economy contracts and expands, that, I mean, I know for me, it, like, the idea of kids is a little bit daunting, just because, like, like financially. And I know even in China, actually, I watch a lot of the kind of like, Chinese news type stuff, but like, and a lot of the people are saying that, not like the mainstream news there, but that it's so expensive to have kids and to try and give them the right schools. And, so it's like they're kind of overwhelmed by, like, can I make it happen and actually work, because if you can't get your kid into the right school, then, like, you're kind of dooming them to, a lot more difficulty in life, and it might not be, fair. And so I don't know, maybe like once it might be that, like, millennials and the Gen Zs, or Gen X, actually, I guess it would be, I don't know which one's after me. I'm a millennial. That they both start having babies at the same time, just because of the economy kind of facilitates it more.
But yeah, no, I think whatever comes down the way, whether I figure the kind of the tweets of RC in the past about, beware China, because when she wakes up, be a force to be reckoned with. It
Yeah.
could be, obviously the tweet stuff, just in code with icon. But the stuff when the show media was running away about RC starting to buy little bits of everything here and there, especially when they talked about he bought Alibaba. I don't know. Maybe he did. I know some people that I think played it. I'm not sure for how long, but was looking at it not too long ago. That basically they're like, the Chinese version of an Amazon here.
Yeah.
That I don't know what much they do for international stuff out there. That in order to get into a bigger, more international market, there's a lot of big stuff there where, not like a merger, but say a partnership that RC and others could be focused on, is that uh, whatever becomes of the core business of Bed Bath Beyond, GameStop, and some others and stuff, that could be, a double meaning in there about talking about China. It could be dealings and stuff with, say, doing deals with orders for stuff, with Alibaba over there in China. Besides over there in China, that they do, they do save a lot of money and they do spend a lot of money. That there's a lot of market share to be had there and profits and stuff. That depends on what happens, in the geopolitical politics between the U.S. and Washington and Beijing over there in China. That they always got their, geopolitical rivalries and stuff going on. But the one thing that's been common, I think, hardcore since the 70s is we keep buying their stuff and they keep making it because they work it for cheaper. So even though they got the rivalry kind of, rivalry brothers, sisters, or neighbors and don't like each other, they're still in bed with each other through business. I don't see that stopping. I think that's just going to continue to keep going.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of money to go back and forth in there.
Yeah. I mean, I actually, like, so I've been kind of traveling around for different things a lot recently. I don't actually have the Teddy books. I'm going to order them so they can, when I get back, and I plan on doing videos on them. So I'm curious, like, what parallels in his story, the Alibaba, like, 'cause clearly he's referencing it, whether, I had a thought that maybe like they have their own ERP program, and then Tencent has their own ERP program different than that. Neither of them use SAP or Oracle or any of that. So, or just the fact that they built a platform and were able to get it up and going and profitable pretty quickly. I mean, I guess there's a lot of possibilities. Sun Devil was just saying, okay, pull up OK Bet's tweet. It's not showing up actually for some reason. Oh, there we go. Docket. Docket 1728. Actually, I guess I'll just pull it up. I'll share the screen.
The ones that was missing from the Kroll website, 17, 15, or 16? That was the subject the other day. Did that ever come up?
Oh, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I don't know, unless there's something in there for more redactions. And just to finish the stuff we're talking earlier and stuff when the others are here. For anything of the conviction, I think as things were popping up, that was just shady. That just seemed too much forced with running through. As what inspired more confidence with it is when stuff came out under redaction. And then I think what pretty much cemented confidence in this play is when you just had confirmation when Pulte came around.
Yeah.
When Bill Pulte come around, then it just, mic drop right there. You could just, go ahead and have whatever just come right, come up to you in front of you and just say, all the negative stuff here, there. But it just, nope, enough connecting the dots to the tinfoil and the justification, confirmation stuff here, there. You're not going to change my mind. It may take longer, but this is a definite, it will happen.
I mean, just the fact that it's like, Pulte, I mean, you can tell he obviously wouldn't want to like burn his relationship with RC over like, some kind of practical joke, like, oh, I'm going to go on the PP show and pretend like, he's still active, like, I mean, that's just, I mean, he'd have to have a really weird sense of humor in order to do that. But like, for him to say, no, RC would definitely be active, like, and, and his caution towards what he could or couldn't say. And it's like, man, that was really reassuring to me. So, I mean, if he is active, which, I mean, it makes sense, like that there's this huge market and, all the things he wrote in the letter. I mean, like, it's not like those things disappeared, all the value that he saw in Bed Bath and Beyond, like none of that went away. So, the OK Bet tweet was Docket 1728 is incoherently written and is tantamount to retail naivete. It will have no impact on the overall trade. I am unworried. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah, I read that a little bit earlier. I think whatever they got kind of set, they've already got a set timeline how it's going. Not saying it's a conspiracy, but I think it's kind of with the other things a little managed.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's got an end thing going on so that whether it's this month or September, I think some other stuff is just kind of like a landmark tells, where like you copies TA. Plus stuff about, I forget what it exactly was they called it, but there's the stuff scheduled in November. I think the stuff is going to kick off the big stuff we're looking for in November.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a start, not just, a squeeze, pop up to whatever, and then it comes back. No, I think the big show that we've been waiting for coming around, I think the main event, stuff leading up to can happen here and there, little spicy kickoffs. But I think the real big show we've been waiting for starts in November.
Yeah. Oh, life relationship still here. Hey, I'm just, he says he'll have to eat his words when the next docket drops. No, I mean, I have, quite a few times on the show, I have said how grateful I am to you, Life, for all your work. I just, yeah, I'm not worried either way. And, but I believe more in Ryan Cohen, Judge Paplia, Holly Etlin, and Patty Wu, right? Like that's, and Pulte, that's where my faith really is. And I think that all that is stronger than anything else. So, yeah. Anyway, well, I'm really glad everyone came, and this has been really fun. And I'm actually traveling tomorrow, so I don't know that I'll be able to stream tomorrow. And who knows, maybe Sunday night if I have some time. We'll see. But for sure, I'll be there on the PP show. And if anything important happens, I guess in the middle of the day, I might do a short thing. We'll see. I guess actually, according to Life Relationship, a new docket might drop on his end. So, maybe I'll try and cover that, halfway through the day. So, well, thanks, man, for coming on. And thanks,
Thank you, Michael.
Hey, no, I'll be seeing you later, and I'll see all of you guys later. Have a good night.
Yep. Have a good night.